Welcome back, everybody, to AEL. It's the University Elite Series coming at you with Marvel Rivals. And who's going to be bringing it to you? None other than Metzi and Two-Tap Tony. And Tony, how you feeling? We're back, baby.
Yeah, back better than ever, feeling refreshed after a little bit of a break and keen to jump back into the competition.
That's it, keen to jump back into the competition right off the bat with our sponsors. So first and foremost, a big shout out to none other than AGON by AOC, #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, our lovely sponsors as well, HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
Couldn't agree more, Tony. And a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So much love to all of our sponsors there. You know them, you love them, and we certainly appreciate them, Tony. So definitely keen to get stuck into some of their products and keen to get stuck into these games because, Tony, we've got a lot of games, we've got a lot of teams, we've got plenty of jam-packed action here today. Can you believe what we have, Tony? Can you believe what we have this season?
I'm still in disbelief that we're back, Matt. I was going to say, I woke up this morning, I'm like, AEL University's back? This is sick. I'm so excited to get into it. Look at all the teams we've got, Matt. Adelaide University, Deakin, 2 Monash teams here, 2 Macquarie teams. We've got QUT, we've got 2 RMIT teams, RMIT Black and Red. Of course, we've got Swinburne, we've got UNSW Raw and UNSW Howe, and we've got UCID, UTS. It feels like we've got a ton of teams, Matt, and this is going to be jam-packed with competition, I imagine.
That's it. Going to be an absolute ton of competition. And, you know, I'd love to see the RMIT squad in particular is actually donning a different logo this season.
Yeah.
The same, you know, so I think Swinburne looking for a bit of a refresh there and maybe QUT as well. I could be wrong, though. But I love to see all the wonderful, unique identities behind all of these different universities there. So great to see some, you know, all returning faces and taking many different forms there. You know, it's great to see some doubles up of squads there in terms of teams. And I'm keen to see who's going to be able to take it away in the end because, you know, obviously towards the peak, let's say, of last semester, we did have UNSW on top. Will it be the same this time around, though? That's going to be the big question because, you know, with all good things, what comes up must come down. So we'll see if this is going to be the season where they go down or whether they may end up on top yet again, Tony. But how are you feeling about these squads?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. You know, it's a lot of beautiful logos, a lot of beautiful universities here as well, and it's cool to see some actually fielding 2 rosters. That's how many people were interested in playing from those universities. So it's really cool to see, and hopefully, of course, we'll get to see some familiar faces as well. Matt, we've seen a lot of players come and go throughout the AEL University competition. Hopefully, you get to see some familiar faces and some new ones as well to really keep our eyes on this season.
That's it. You know, great to see some of our returning players and some new players as well. You know, we've seen them before, we've seen them again. But right now, what we're going to be seeing, everybody, is our first matchup. It's going to be first best of 3 of the day, again, and with Monash Mutants taking on Macquarie Onyx. So, keen to see what these squads can do, Tony, and who's going to be behind them.
Who's going to be behind them? We'll check out the rosters. And for the side of Monash Mutants, it's a few familiar faces to us. Matt Walsh, Pikachu, Joji, Dixon99 coming back, and some newer faces here in Lishida and Weil. For the side of Macquarie, Matt, as well, some familiar faces on their roster, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be Tashi, 250R, Tool, Squashy, Accelerate, Clove, and Nascent there. So, Definitely eager to see what these squads can do and who is going to be able to come out on top. There's a bit of a rivalry, I'd say, between these universities over the seasons.
Yeah, a lot of rivalry behind the scenes. These guys have, played together and played against each other in, MRIs, MRCs, etc. Everything that goes on behind the scenes before the University League kicked up. Yeah, so yeah, really, really cool to see some familiar faces, but as we said, some new ones as well. Of course, Clove Nascent here for Macquarie, Tool as well. Not too familiar with, but of course we'll get accustomed to some of these players throughout the season. And Matt, it's going to be interesting as well because, as you said, best of 3 format. And, the way it goes here in the AEL Uni competition is we go to, domination, convoy, then convergence. So we'll get to hopefully see all 3, but, some of these teams might come out to a hot start here.
Yeah, we could see it taken away in 2. If it goes to 3, we will be seeing the convergence side of things. But for now, we are going to be jumping into the draft, everybody. And let's path our way forward towards the good old times. It's going to be the Ignite ban system, everybody. For those who didn't know, it is not going to be our MRC bans. So the bans will not be universal. You're going to have to ban different things for different times. Speaking of, we start off with an Elsa ban coming out from Monash, and Macquarie going to be pushing it for Gambit. So as a result, we get our single-sided Gambit Protect here to kick off.
Yeah, Macquarie getting Gambit's it's a pretty strong pick to get them started here. The likes of the Monash side, though, they'll get the opportunity to take out something else in the pool. Of course, there's a lot of heavy picks here at the moment. Of course, a lot of attention towards dive in the recent few patches that have happened here. So we'll see, actually, attention to anti-dive here. Loki getting taken out by Monash. Curious to see whether they go for the Elsa lock themselves after already taking it away from Macquarie.
Oh, they're thinking about it. They might just be able to get it, unless they get another ban through here. Looks like the time is ticking down, so they're spending a lot of time thinking, but no. Priority is going to go over the Mantis, considering they don't have access to that Gambit there. Mantis going to be one of the priority picks coming through for them here. So, the trade at 1-to-1 will be a no Elsa across the board. Do still have access to the Daredevil, but you'd expect next there'll probably be a Loki ban from Monash here.
Yeah, definitely. You kind of expect a Macquarie Loki ban, especially with, Mantis being locked in here by the Monash Mutants. Definitely want to be bringing that Loki Mantis to fruition here. And since Gambit's available, Monash, they do the smart thing. They take away the Rogue, knowing that that team up there with Gambit is quite fearsome to deal with. And I'm curious to see what we decide to go for here for the side of Monash. Still a lot of things up in the pool here. A lot of dive-heavy characters like your Venoms, your Vanpool, even Joji as well, hovering that Daredevil. That could be a possibility, but Vanguard, Deadpool here for the Mutants. I don't mind that one.
Yeah, Vanpool going to be on the Protect there, so Macquarie now has the option to potentially ban out their strategist lineup even deeper by taking away something like the Invisible Woman here, or they can divert focus elsewhere out of this one. I'm really curious where they're going to take it. Jeff is actually going to be found at this time around, so Jeff can definitely have a lot of moments to shine, especially on Hell's Heaven here. The next Protect are going to be coming out from Macquarie, though. You'd expect they'll probably... Whoa, okay, I like this one. I thought they might get a Vanpool of their own, but they are focusing on the combination there between the Gambit and Star-Lord. That ult potential is huge.
Yeah, the Raging Royal Flush into the Legendary, very hard to deal with, especially if you're a coordinated team like I imagine Macquarie are. And we'll see the final ban you're going to be seeing as well here for the side of Monash. It will be Vanpool taken away. So one side of Vanpool is not bad for Monash, all things considered. Still a lot of things as well available in the pool for them. Pikachu, of course, we have seen previously in the AEL Uni competition. Pretty solid Vanguard player in his own regard, and always good to see a familiar face back. Joji, of course, we expected to see that Daredevil. Once it's kind of been let through, you want to really, really hone in on that pick.
Yeah, it's really been nice to see how Joji has transformed as a player. You know, you used to think of Joji as kind of like a one-trick Bucky player, you know, very linear, but it's great to see Joji's able to show off some of his flexibility into some of the melee-based duelists, as well as, yeah, just expanding his hero pool as a whole to take away from that brand of an OTP. So, great to see that from Joji, but I'm surprised, honestly, to see Pikachu not on the Groot, you know? He isn't playing his favorite hero this time around.
Yeah, feels a little bit out of character. And playing heavily into the dive. Going to be Weil on the White Fox as well, so we've seen that one be a pretty prominent pick as of late. A lot of the teams over in the MRC have been picking that one up a little bit recently, of course, as well over in Ignite for Asia. We've seen a little bit of White Fox toyed with here or there, especially into the triple strategist lineup, but we'll see Macquarie go for the portal here in an aggressive manner, though. Joji with a great block. He'll take out Squashy to start it off.
Yeah, and that's really impactful. Being able to find one of their key vanguards is really going to deal a bit of damage towards Macquarie here. That's going to allow Monash to force the Macquarie side to concede the mission area and establish that early control there. So, they'll be looking to keep themselves frame perfect on their retreat here. See if they can break up past those ironwood walls there. Looking so far so good. Tashi taking angles, trying to strangle through. Some damage, maybe a KO as well. Joji going to be in a bit of trouble. I like how they're playing angles as well, though. Playing the retreat here, forcing Tashi to get back under the heal pack there. And not going to enable any KOs as yet. So this is great for Monash because they can just maintain stance over the mission area. And they're just building percentage.
Yeah, slowly building it up as well. Voltage percentage going to go to their board here. We'll see Bauer come out from Wosh. On towards a strategist player. They'll take out Assembly pretty quick. KO there being secured. Looking for the Ultron as well. Accelerate. Taking a ton of punishment here from Wosh on that Vanpool. So hard to deal with while Joji dives the rest here. Monash holding this percentage, but also holding the space super effectively.
Super effective and ready to see if they can be even more so. As they clear the distance, they hold a little bit forward, which is good because this means that Macquarie is going to be slowed in trying to get back towards the mission area here. Going to be the Devil let out as well, though. Jumping straight into it, does find the Mantis. So, key strategist taken out of the mix there. Can't build up towards that Soul Resurgence. And this is going to force a heavy retreat from the Macquarie side. So, Soul positioning all over again. They only commit one ult to the fight there. And Macquarie left wondering what's the answer.
What is the answer? Joji's already taken out Nasali again here. We'll see Kumiho unleashed as well from Weil on top of everyone from Macquarie, just trying to get out from their spawn region right now. They'll chase it, walk it up with the Magneto. They'll use the straight leg prison, but Meteor back in from Pikachu, trying to slam onto a crucial target. They'll take out Squashy. They'll take out Tool. Raging Royal Flush going to be thought about here from Macquarie, but they're all set back in. Overtime is going, and we have Tashi on the point, trying to stall, but low down and will be taken out by Joji. And overtime will fully tick, and Mutants will find that first point 100-0, Matt.
A lot of confidence being displayed there from the Mutants, and you know, maybe it's the Vanpool diff coming out here, Tony. You know, they're managing to clear a lot of space with that one and use the bobbleheads to succession, and it's just really playing into their confidence there. And you know, they're playing their comp to a T because they have that White Fox being able to play around Joji into that as well. So it's just a really well-oiled machine coming into this one. But Macquarie, you know, they're still finding their footing into this.
Yeah, just trying to work it out, right? You know, a little bit of maybe early season jitters here for the Macquarie side, but yeah, working it out, of course. A few guys, you know, on some off rolls, I'd say, you know, Squashy, we know him for his strategist normally, so not every day you get to see Squashy swap it up a little bit, play some of those vanguards and such. Tashi, of course, still main rolling up on that Star-Lord. And, well, for Macquarie, at least for this rollout here, they'll have some ultimates to try and maybe take that percentage and get that mission area to theirs early on here.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it, Tone. They are going to be looking to hone in on it right now. And take it slow, take it steady. Macquarie do have the advantage with the ults right now. They don't need to commit them in a hurry. They can wait it out for a second, but if they need to pull the trigger on maybe one or two here to get that early control, it's going to be so worth it. already, though, trying to isolate the lines of sight. It's good from Tool here to see if they can cut them off. The Rage is coming out there. Accelerate, looking to focus up. Mutants playing their angles well, though, avoiding the majority of the damage from Accelerate there. Does allow Macquarie to at least keep them out of space so they get that early control, but now Mutants are looking to see if they can bring it back.
Great side room, and we'll see. Gambit never falls. Raging Royal Flush into the legendary from Tashi. Looking for something. Accelerate as well with the Rage of Ultron. They'll pile on these ultimates on top of the Mutants. And they'll send them back to the spawn, but Joji's still fighting in a duel of wits against Tashi. Squashy will be able to help him out. The Mutants get folded there by Nascent Lee's ult. Macquarie are able to take some early percentage and as well looking to control this early space as well. Looking for quick percentage potentially to that Strangling Prison for Tool, and they'll be able to fight another good fight here. But Wosh is walking up.
Yeah, walking up and managing to bring up a lot of damage. The Devil's going to get let out as well now. So Joji already focused up onto Nascent Lee there. Needs a lot of care from their team. Otherwise, they are going to go down just like that. So now starting to roll for Joji. Strolling past Tashi. Barely escapes, but not for long. Dixon joining in on the KO train as well. And it's all pain. No gain here for Macquarie as the Monash Mutants take control.
Yeah, this is a worrisome sign. You're kind of letting Joji play some of the bread and butter picks that he's been rocking with recently, right, Matt? We've seen it over in MRC when his team of JFT actually did qual for Ignite. They were rocking a lot of these duel-heavy duelists, and it is going to be Joji once again letting it rip, letting the devil out, letting that guy sing with his battens and letting his battens do the work. It is going to be Macquarie sent packing once again. So much coordination here from this Monash side, and you don't expect this much. This is their first game of the university competition, and they're just looking so coordinated right now.
Yeah, and it goes to show, you know, experience being drawn on in a big way here. Obviously, the majority of these players played together before, and it's really showing into this roster here, managing to play so well, and they're just swirling past their opponents one KO at a time. Right now, Macquarie don't even have an answer. You know, they're stuck in that spawn hold. They need to find the spawn break, though, in order to break back out. The good thing is, though, Tony, they almost have a full kit of ultimates here. So even if things seem impossible right now, there is going to be a way to get through this.
We've got the Meteor Ram, Rage of Ultron. We've got Kumio Unleashed as well, the Strangling Prison. Tashi just trying to get some chip damage in to get that ultimate built. But it is going to be Rage of Ultron on top of the Strangling Prison. They're looking for Joji, but it's going to be swallowed by the Meteor. Pikachu slams that on the tool, and Mutants control the pressure once again, flipping it. But here comes a Raging Royal Flush, a Meteor of their own. Joji letting the devil out in the background. Squashy will find Dixon. Joji's all over them once again. A quick KO secured onto the White Fox. Point is captured, and no way Macquarie are able to touch. It's Hell's Heaven going to Monash Mutants.
GG, blink and you'll miss it, and the game is done. So, what a way to kick off the season here, Tony. Monash Mutants get on top of it. And who's going to be that MVP? None other than Joji. Getting it done over and over again. You've seen Joji do great work before, and now they're back in the driver's seat all the same. And take a look at these stats, Tony. Pikachu should be the MVP there with 0 casualties. Look at that.
Yeah, Pikachu didn't get taken out once there. Impenetrable Magneto from Pikachu as well. Wosh, you know, one KO there on the board, but it doesn't really matter, right? He did his job on that Vanpool as well. And of course, the triple strategist lineup of Dixon, Rin, and Wild keeping Joji effectively online for all of those fights that happened. And what a game out of Monash Mutants there. We saw a little bit of inkling from Macquarie. They had a few ultimates to work with. Just felt like there was a little bit of miscommunication and miscoordination there.
Yeah, just suffering the consequences there. But all the same, going to be just the start of what's to come here, Tony. You know, Macquarie going to be hoping that it's a warm-up round, but we'll see just how the round will be heating up into the second map right on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. We're so keen for more action. We ripped our way through the break just like a Joji, letting the devil out. And now we might see him do it again if it gets through the draft. But speaking of getting through the draft, we are going to be making our way towards our second map of the day here very, very soon. I'm very excited to see exactly which direction we're going to be going for the convoy section of the day. Ooh,
yep.
We've got word, Tony. We've got word.
What is it? What's the word?
Central Park is where we're going to be
Ooh,
going
okay.
for map 2, everybody. So get excited for that. Definitely keen to see some of our talents showcased here. You know, when I think about Central Park, I think about some of the potential that comes out of these players. You know, maybe Groot could be utilized here, maybe an Angela, if they're feeling, you know, a bit mobile. Could be all kinds of combinations, and I'm very keen to see exactly which way they're going to go with it.
Yeah, it should be exciting to see what compositions these two teams can cook up. Matt, I definitely would hope to see a Daredevil ban this time. I don't want to be letting the devil out if I'm the side of Macquarie. We're going to be seeing Gambit ban once again here for Macquarie. Mutants, though, they're going to match with an Elsa ban, and we might get to see an Elsa lock this time. Goji's been playing that one a little bit recently over in the MRC. So I don't mind that one here for the Mutant side. And yeah, will be an Elsa one-way here for the likes of Monash.
Yeah, looks like they are going to be able to get that one through. As a result, though, they sacrifice a bit of their strategist lineup. They have no Gambit, no Mantis, and now Macquarie will be able to save the Mantis for themselves. So, there'll be a solid beginning coming through from them there. It's interesting they prioritize that over the Gambit themselves here, Tony, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely could have been a one-side Gambit, but I was going to say they got a one-side Gambit last time there, and it didn't really have the effect they probably would have wanted, right? You know, they went for that Gambit Star-Lord, the Raging Royal Flush into the Galactic Legend. It didn't really pay off, unfortunately, for Macquarie, so they're changing up their tune. Of course, we'll see. Yeah, Vanguard pool getting taken out of the mix here, but for the likes of Monash, right, they've shown their hand early. They can kind of swap it up, change it up a few picks here or there. Of course, they'll be taking away the Gambit as well, so we won't get to see Gambit at all from either side this time around. And I'm curious to see where Macquarie opt to go. It's going to be a one-sided van pool in here for the side of Macquarie.
Yeah, so looking very reminiscent to the draft we saw in that first map there, you know, where you get your one-sided van pool coming through. And you can have your one-sided Elsa breaking into this one as opposed to a DD. It looks like DD is actually going to be getting banned out, potentially. No, focus going to be on Invis. So that's one of the bans I was surprised didn't come through into the last game there. You know, there was focus towards Jeff instead, but this time it's going to be Invis taken out, so not going to be able to play into that strange team up, and they will actually be able to secure a one-sided Loki here, and that's the result of the focus onto the van pool early.
Yeah, it's interesting to see one-sided Loki. Normally, if you're the team with Mantis, you kind of want to bring that one to the table, but, well, Monash, Mutants, fancy themselves some Loki players. We'll see Invis banned for both sides, so we're going to be seeing no Invis for Central Park here, and I'm curious to see how these two teams cook up these compositions, because a lot is still on the table. Macquarie are looking to go for that dive meta that we've seen come pretty recently here through the last few patches here in Marvel Rivals. For the likes of Monash, though, they'll get to bring the devil out. Once again, somehow Daredevil got let through and forgotten about.
Yeah, so that's a double-sided powerhouse. Tallest lineup enabled for Monash Mutants here. So it's kind of terrifying being on the receiving side of that for Macquarie into this one. So considering the fact that, one, they're able to bring out that Cloak and Dagger, two, they have Loki, it's great to see Squashy on the Magneto here because they need a solution, at least in some sense, towards that strategist lineup. And who's a better solution than utilizing that Meteor Am on the Magneto there? Because as soon as they enable that Eternal Bond, they can just try and shut it down with the big boop there on the dunk.
Yeah, this is also interesting, right? Central Park. Triple is normally a pretty mainstay for most teams playing on Central Park competitively. So we'll see an interesting mix of triple, right? Tashi going to be going for that Angela. Squashy, as you said, on the mag. Will once again going to be rocking with the Groot. But we've, of course, got the Atom in play for the side of Macquarie, maybe looking for some quick res plays if it, all goes awry here for Macquarie early on.
Yeah, it's great that they're focused on that, especially on the defensive side, because obviously they're thinking their team may just be a bit more vulnerable, especially being faced with DD as well as Elsa there. They want to get as much resurrection potential as they can with that comic revival there. So great to see their focus in that direction. They can also rely on Soulbind, so a lot of tools at their disposal. But for now, they're holding them at bay from a distance, getting a lot of damage over onto Wosh there. Luckily, they do enable it to escape.
Yeah, Wosh is able to fly away to safety. Monash strategist keeping Wosh up as well. Tashi going to be getting a big KO there on the Joji to kick it off here. And for Macquarie, kind of just floating around this point for the moment. Monash losing a lot of early time to this fight here. And I was going to say as well, looking at the strategist composition here for Macquarie, we've got that Luda and White Fox team up that we haven't got to see all too much of yet. Wosh gonna be getting the pin on to Tashi there, out of bounds.
Yeah, unlucky for Tashi into that one, getting delivered into the environmental KO, if I'm not mistaken. Now Accelerate going down as well. Wasn't able to get their percentage high enough on their ult, so they don't have Karmic Revival available, and they're just going to be able to take them all out pretty much in the neutral there. So really solid positioning from Monash Mutants here, and Macquarie are not going to be able to contest them here, so going to be forced into the convoy section of this map.
And that's got to be music to Joji's ears, just hearing those batons block everything and dish out so much damage. Again, questionable that we let DD through here for Macquarie, but of course they might have some answers. Tashi swapping over to the Phoenix. They're going to be still rocking with the triple strategy, so we'll see a little bit of a different combination, a 2-1-3 here from Macquarie. For the likes of Mutants, though, still just floating around this space. The luxury of these two dive characters, Angela and Daredevil together, just puts up so much pressure for the likes of the Mutants.
Yeah, pressure going to be delivered almost to an all-time high here, Tony, and let's see if there's going to be more where that came from. They've isolated Joji here, so might be able to engage into it, but the environment works against the Meteor Realm coming out in reaction. Big Boop not going to be able to scoop up the KO, though. It's going to be God of Mischief. Ooh, double strategist ult from Monash here. That's going to be tough. Macquarie one in the same, though. Going to be looking to bring out Fate of Both Worlds there with the Kumiho Unleashed, and all the ults are coming out, Tony. The Devil came out, and all the ults with it, and it's going to be Monash coming out on top of that fight.
Oh my word, we were speaking about Joji being at home on the duelist role, but as well Wosh, as we've seen dive meta pretty prominent in Wosh. He's been rocking with the Angela a little bit, Guy plays a ton of these different Vanguards, especially even last semester that we saw the likes of Wosh. He was rocking with a lot of different Vanguard picks, allowing his team to really all out with the compositions that they want to play here. Macquarie, once again, just getting drowned of this neutral space. You see just how much pressure these dive characters can put up here.
Yeah, there's going to be more where that came from as well, Mr. Tony. Joji has gone down, so Tashi laying into the Phoenix this time. Does have the Endsong Inferno available as well if needed, so might be looking to use that to try and burn through some of the strat ults later in the piece, but definitely a good piece to have, one of the same. Here we go, looking to burn through strats. There it is, a one-way to enable the fight here. Traded on to Accelerate, Tashi going down as well, so Monash Mutants reacting in a big way here, squashing in a bit of trouble. This is going to force a retreat from the Macquarie side here, Tony, as Monash just react so ferociously.
This is some impressive APM from Joji. Actions per minute off the charts for the Daredevil. And for the likes of Macquarie, back towards the spawn region they are once again. We're seeing some change-ups here. No longer going to be rocking with the Groot here for Tool. It's the Emma and Luna team up this time around. And as well, swapping over Squashy to the Vanpool. Of course, they brought that one through with their one-sided pick and ban here. For the likes of Monash still taking up that space. They've got a few ultimates as well. That Apex Predator could be a disastrous one if we see Dixon land that onto multiple members. Tool's able to dodge it, and the rest of the team are too. That Globetrox doesn't do all too much, and letting the Devil out once again. Georgie on towards the backline with the help of Dixon this time, and they are onto the White Fox as well. KO galore here from Joji, and as well Wosh getting one in. as they cap 2 minutes 53, Matt. What a push here from Monash.
Convincing start coming through from the Monash side there. You know, having the two very chaotic characters in your arsenal is a tough thing to deal with, Tony. You know, they've got access to Elsa, they've got access to Daredevil, and the Loki. It's just so many powerful pieces being hand-delivered to them into this one, and they are using them to succession. One in the same there. So, very keen to see what else they are going to be bringing out. Maybe they bring out a Squashy on the Jeff, you know, those who know. But we'll see what is going to be in a reality here. So now look to lock in their hero picks and get ready to rumble all over again.
Yeah, it feels strange knowing like who Squashy is and how good his strategist lineup of characters is. You know, having him off-roll here for his team. You know, that's the sign of a good team player, right? Squashy happy to rock those vanguards here for the likes of Macquarie. We'll see Nascently go over towards the Jeff. Accelerate might be letting the devil out, Matt. And I don't mind this one. A little bit of a maybe ego competition between Joji and Accelerate for this one. Tashi over to the Psylocke too. So Macquarie taking a page out of what Mutants rock with, but the comp feels a little bit more crazier out of them.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Tony. Squashy on the Venom as well. Must have been getting tips from Gassos here. Looking to play that one to succession. And let's see if they can play into the symbiotic shenanigans team up as well with the Jeff on deck here as they take it slow and steady so far. Trying their best to isolate KOs. It's going to be Squashy isolated. A good opening from Accelerate, though, to start off.
Yeah, letting him rock with the Van Pool. And still wonders so far here for the Quarry. Still see Wosh flying about though. Good little bit of chip damage here. We'll see Mutants fall back to the bunker here towards the bottom right hand side here. But still, that Loki runes from Rin keeps everybody healthy from the side of Mutants, and they'll look to walk it up. We'll see Bearhammer come out of Accelerate. We'll see Tashi take to Joji like a fish to water, and it'll be a quick one. They'll take out the fish though. Nascently's down, and still Mutants are fighting for this one. Of course, the percentage is still going up for Macquarie. They are fighting for dear life. Wosh flying around. It's 2 from Dixon. Now just the Vanguards left here for Macquarie. They might have to retreat.
Yeah, they might have to concede this one. I got to say, it's great that Macquarie's been able to get 2 ticks onto the mission area nice and early. And they might be able to enable more. They still have the player advantage to an extent, but gonna take it nice and easy here. So close yet so far. Joji so close to their ultimate for that matter. Might just be able to use it to take them off the mission area entirely. There we go. Don't even need it. They're getting the KOs in the neutral there. It's double time. Onwards and upwards to more as Monash send him to the floor.
It just feels like Joji's aura farming on this Daredevil, right? There's so many KOs back to back, and it just seems like Mutants can't step wrong. At least for Macquarie, right, 66%. You saw 2 percentages capped there. They might look to take towards this third with a little bit of gusto. We do have that Jeff time up here for Macquarie. This Jeff could go huge here, but the Devils let out once again. Joji's not even going to let them walk. Tons of chip damage across the side. Dixon will get a few. Joji will get his helping too. A double KO quickly secured like that. He'll also find Tool. Dixon will take that one from him, and oh, the likes of Macquarie, 1:40 left, Matt. Here's still a ton of ultimates built up, almost as well have Dance to the Butterfly for Tool. This could be an explosive next fight for them.
Oh, I'm so ready for it, Tony. Looks like Angela's trying to make some off-map deliveries early in the piece there. Not going to be able to make it happen, though. Ultimates are plenty, and Monash kick off first. It's Jeff coming out in reaction there. Nascently maybe trying to save their team, but they're not going to be saving anything, as Monash are going to be taking them away nice and quickly. So, triple commit on the ultimates there. This is good for Macquarie, but I mean, time isn't on their side here.
Yeah, time is not favored for them. They used the It's Jeff. Didn't quite have its success. We saw the combination there from the Apex Predator. Oh no, Accelerate. Even Wosh is going to nod him goodbye. Oh, that is unfortunate. Big environmental KO there. But yeah, as I was saying, the coordination there, using Heaven's Retribution on top of the Apex Predator. Mutants just in another world of in tune with each other right now.
Oh, it's time to let the devil out, let the Tashi out here, and see if they can get some big KOs. Loki Lamb's pops are not going to be able to save them, though. Got a Mischief turning into the Eternal Bond as well. Kumiho Unleashed trying to see if they can protect them here. Rin going to be able to get a lot of space with their ult, and now the Devil's going out on the other side. Joji back online, dancing the Cutterfly coming through. Does manage to make him fly high into the double KO. This could be the turnaround they need here. Tool making it back to full, trying to see if they can run it back, and they might just do it. This is the counterattack they need, but time is of the essence.
And the portal comes through from Squashy to try and get in touch here. Overtime, we'll see. We'll see a low Pikachu taken out by Squashy using that Mastery of Magic, looking for Joji. They'll fly him off of the point, but in the meanwhile, it will be while Eternal Bond on towards the point. It's Jeff back from Nascently to take that strategist out of commission. Nascently will spit while out for the environmental KO. Loki on for the touch. Wosh just trying to stall, but it has been capped. And Macquarie will get another 2 minutes to their board, and Wosh will have to retreat.
Yeah, must concede at this point in time, but a harder fought battle indeed coming through from Macquarie there, and at long last, hard work pays off. Monash getting a little bit closer in the ult department. If they want to delay them a little more, they've got a couple of pieces at their disposal, but if they can get them through in the neutral, it'll be even better already. Macquarie are not giving up while they're on ahead in momentum here. They're looking to spread their reach, keep the pressure at an all-time high while the mission vehicle gets pushed further and further along.
Yeah, getting a ton of ultimate charge there. Actually just kind of poking and prodding. That's the tech at work, right? With the Doctor Strange Accelerate, taking a cheeky little photo. He won't get his Daredevil mirror matchup, but at least he'll be able to diff him here with the Vanpool. We'll see Apex Predator come out, but not really have its effects. Rin able to secure that quick KO, but percentage and mission vehicle still deciding to push here for Macquarie. We'll see Heaven's Retribution in return from Wosh. He'll pin all of the strategists. They can't move anywhere. Joji will take Tool. And just when you thought the Mutants ran out of steam, they're still going.
Yeah, they're still shooting for the stars here, Tony. Not giving up, not giving in, and they've almost got 3 ults to their name as well. Macquarie, one and the same, getting there. We'll see who can manage them even more effectively, though. Wosh, good use of the Assassin's Charge there, trying to just keep that pressure, keep momentum, and force them into a bit of a KO box here. See if they can make it work, though. Devil's coming out from Joji. Big damage already onto Squashy there, but they're immediately punished. Kumiho Unleashed coming out. It's going to be the Meteor in response. Not going to be able to get much from it. Eternal Bond coming out as well from Rin here. Everything's going down right now, and no one's able to get ahead of it, but Tashi might make it work.
Tashi's trying to make it work. Let that Devil out, and Tashi's shut down immediately. It is going to be Wosh immediately. Front and center in front of camera, in front of the house. They'll set Accelerate off of the mission vehicle for just a little bit. Squashy sees so many players on low HPs but can't secure the KOs. It's Pikachu on a Squashy. Accelerate's taken out by Red, and it will be the Monash Mutants closing out Central Park 3-1. But Matt, what a game that was. That was very back and forth. Macquarie definitely brought it to him here on Central Park.
Yeah, what a game, Tony. They really managed to keep it close, keep it competitive, but unfortunately, the Daredevil and the Elsa just a bit too much to try and get past there. And once again, it's going to be none other than Joji on the MVP there. This time on the Daredevil all over again. And the Mutants will reign supreme into that one. 20 finals for Joji and Wosh, Tony. Oh my goodness.
That feels illegal, right, Matt? You can see both their team tags. JFT, of course, their team over in preseason OS Ignite when that kicks off. And yeah, the team synergy on the dive was absolutely gnarly. Wosh just controlling so much space. It wasn't like anything crazy out of Wosh. It was just mechanically sound play on the Angela, on the mission vehicle when they need it, pushing them off the mission vehicle when the Mutants needed it. And then, of course, combination of ults here from the Mutants was absolutely stellar to see. We saw time and time again Heaven's Retribution comboed with something, whether it was Joji letting the Devil out or it was Dixon finding that Apex Predator. Just overall lights out performance here from the Monash Mutants to start it off in their season.
Yeah, starting off with a bang in a literal sense there. So Very impressed with how they managed to compose themselves, take control of the game, and take control of the semester here. So, what a way to begin, Tony. Very, very positive result. They're going to be happy with themselves there. But not to say that we give all the flowers to the winning side. You know, Macquarie still kept it competitive, especially into that second map there as well. Was happy to see that they were able to bring things back in their favor a little bit. Obviously, not the most favorable outcome out of the ban draft, but they still made it work how they could.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe wanted to see a Daredevil ban there in the ban draft after that first map there. But yeah, it was a little bit competitive there towards the end. Of course, they started to find a little bit more footing. We saw Squashy swap over the Strange. They were able to portal back, and it was a percentage cap that we weren't quite expecting. Though I thought it was going to be a very dominant one out of the side of the Mutants there. But props to Macquarie. They definitely brought the fight to him time and time again. Was hoping to see a little bit of an ego matchup there from Accelerate and Joji, but maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time they'll have a bit of a matchup, a bit of a face-off, Tony. We'll see how things are going to go. But for the moment, though, we are going to be getting things set up for our next series on the horizon, right on the other side of this. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here with Matt here, 2-Tap Tony. We had an absolute ripper of a first series today, seeing some incredible work coming through from our amazing uni teams. And Tony, we got more where that came from. We have more incredible series. It's going to be Deacon taking on Adelaide University.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one. Of course, we've already seen some newer names here to the competition, and I have no doubt we'll see some newer names here as well for both of these two teams. Of course, Matt Deacon, it is Rack M, Crispy Bread, Bumper Squid, Rollerball 556, Hero, and Pika Dudes, not Pikachu's. And for the side of AU, it's Mr. Samta, Munchduck, Oblivious, Destroyer, Alice, and Beast. SOTY. Matt, some interesting names and some newer faces here to the AEL University competition.
Well, speaking of, we're straight into the draft, Tony. No playing around. We are going to be straight into it, and they are hovering that Cloak and Dagger ban. Okay. Let's see if they lock it in. Moon Knight. Venom. Which way are they going? Oh my goodness. Venom first ban into Elsa, Tony. Gambit is open.
Insanity. Gambit is open, and I think AU's gonna scoop it up. Yeah, I respect that one from Adelaide Uni here. For the side of Deacon, how do they respond, right? Maybe just a Mantis, maybe a Rogue ban in there. Maybe take Mantis for yourself. There's a lot there's a lot on the table here for Deacon.
Genuinely, they can ban and protect the Mantis there, but they're gonna prioritize the Rogue there. Don't want to enable that team up, and as a result, it's going to be a double Gambits here. So Rage and Royal Flush going to be all round. May expect potentially Loki, honestly, being banned next. Maybe Moon Knight. Yep. Oh, Loki looking to be banned next. You don't want to be seeing double Rage and Royal Flushes. Can't blame them. And we may yet see Mantis get some focus on the other side of this one. See what they're looking to lock in here, though, Tony.
There's a lot of questions. Ooh, a little bit of a Moon Knight ban. Maybe a snipe there to Rack M. They might know that Deacon, I like to play a little bit of Moon Knight. They're going to be locking in the Rogue here, potentially. A one-sided Rogue is not what we see every day, Matt. So, Gambit Rogue in play here for Deacon. I like that.
I like it too, my man. I like it so much. And very eager to see what they are going to be able to bring with it. You know, they aren't really too worried about the Mantis at all, it would appear. So we might actually get a single-sided Mantis after all. They're taking down the Invis instead. So there you go. You're going to have access to Gambit and Mantis on the Deacon side of things there. And Adelaide Uni are not going to have access to Mantis at all. Oh. It looks like we could see a Bucky Protect. Haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, Bucky Protects. Where's Joji's not here? This feels weird to see a Bucky Protect without Joji.
First game.
Yeah, it feels like we're maybe swapping up here to the first game. But yeah, this is great call from AU, right? They've got that Invis taken away. They've got the Loki taken away. Moon Knight as well for a lot of the kind of space control that Deacon might look to go with that one. Keeping the Bucky's good for the anti-tithe, and we'll see the final one come through here. So, yeah, Groot being banned out. Ban pulls on the table here.
Oh, my. Tony, you feeling a bit bouncy?
I'm feeling a little bit bouncy. Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah. He's coming out. Definitely keen to see how bouncy we're going to get here with the Brainiac bounce into this one. But I don't know if they're going to hold on to that pick. They might just be having a little bit of fun to begin with here. I do like to see the Namor actually being focused on the Deacon side of things, though, Tony. I think that actually could be great to disengage some of the duelists on the Adelaide side of things there. So keen to see what they're going to be able to deliver into this one, Tone, as we look to zone our way into the game here. Great way to start things off on the wonderful map ahead of us here, Tony. Krakoa will begin.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. Krakoa Domination. Always a fun one to watch. I don't really like to play it all too much, Matt. It's very open of space, especially this first point. A lot harder to control if you're the defending team once you cap it, right? So we'll go into this one. Interesting comps for both sides, right? That Rogue and Gambit combo going to be a deadly one on the side of Deacon. On the side of AU, though, they've got that Gambit Starlord. They also have Venom Hello. That I feel like we haven't quite gotten to see all too much of that team up recently.
Yeah, it's another direction of the symbiotic shenanigans, isn't it? You know, you don't see much focus over Hella these days, but it's great to see that she can still have her time in the sun here, so need to see if they can get much done with it so far. Big damage already being taken by Adelaide Uni here. Both teams are holding on to play a knife's edge there, but no one getting KO'd out as yet. You know, they're still holding firm over the mission area for now, but here we go. The KO stream starts rolling in favor of Adelaide Uni, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, Tony. Oh, yeah.
The symbiotic shindig there from AU, it feels. Just walking up there with the Venom. And Alice is just going to be hanging out on the top of this post. AU, what a great fight to start it off here. Some good percentage being built. Some great awareness. I was going to say, just knowing when Deacon's going to be put on that back foot, they decide to walk up. And Alice just taking all of the space. The rest of AU is just able to get in free damage there. Now we've got Face the Abyss, and Alice is going to go for the dive.
Diving straight into it, and they double down. What a way to kick off. They're not even done yet, Tony. They're trying to go for the whole damn team here. They've managed to get KO after KO. Not going to be able to lock in 5. It's going to be Mag to take that one away. But what a dominant performance from Alice, closing it out on the quad there. And keeps the percentage at an all-time high as they edge towards the halfway point.
And that's one ultimate use from AU. That's just a super clean fight from them. We now will have a few ultimates starting to build for their side. Raging Royal Flush, Meteor M, the Star-Lord, Galactic Legend is going to be in play as well. Deacon have a lot to answer. They do have Eternal Bond. Also, Horn of Proteus available for Rack in just a second. They'll have to take up that space. They'll have to try and control it. Galactic Legend is going to be coming through here from Oblivious. Everybody covered by that Eternal Bond. We'll see Invisible Boundary and Meteor pop at the same time from AU. They'll find the dunk onto the Cloak and Dagger. Eternal Bond by the wayside as they control the space once again. Raka will fall, and so will Estrange. AU, another clean fight. Nobody falling victim to any of those ultimates from Deacon.
Yeah, they're just staying calm, composed, and ready for whatever will be brought before them, Tony. But speaking of, it's Portal time. Portal combat could be the answer, but the percentage not helping right now. They need to get in, and quick smart 99 OT timer going to be online. Horn of Proteus into range more flushes, and going to be Goddess of Death coming out from Mr. Scepter as well. Focused up. Seraphim Shield going to be able to yield big results, though.
Yeah, beautiful block there from Rollerball. Eye of Agamotto's available as well. Heartbreaker coming out from Crispy Bread. But it is going to be Alice once again. The backline, the strategists are down already. It's a triple. It's a quadra once again from Alice. And now it's just left to the Vanguards to try and hold down this point. Hold down this OT. The portal's already been used. Crispy Bread just trying to throw some hands against these 3 healthy members of AU. And it's not going to happen. Deacon will get shut out of this first point. What a play once again. Alice on this Venom. Matt has been absolutely insane.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Tony. You know, it's just the power of the divers into this meta. And I mean, one and the same, you know, you talk about Alice, but towards the end of that fight, Tony, Crispy Bread got a triple as well on the Rogue there. So these dive-centric Vanguards are just putting in the hard yards right now, Tony. And you love to see it. They're just wreaking absolute havoc here, pure chaos. But no Scarlet Witch. But let's see how things go. Heading into this second capture point here, both teams going to be focused up and ready to deliver big results all over again. No one really having too big an advantage yet. The Eye of Agamotto could help Deacon enable the early fight here, get that early control. But we'll see if Adelaide Uni are going to be able to wait things out with a Galactic Legend around the corner. Or maybe they just bout it out in the neutral for the time being.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit more out of this Gambit Rogue that we're seeing from Deacon. Just need to find the right fight for it. As well, I have Agamotto available for Rollerball. Probably want to keep a hold of that one. Not for this early fight towards the mission area. It's the neutral. And, trading of blows kicks off here. Always good to see a Vanpool in the mix, right, Matt? A heavy prevalence of that character, that hero recently. Galactic Legend already coming out from Oblivious, and it is going to be already 2 KOs secured, triple, just like that. They're getting done and dusted already here for Deacon. And AU will push on. Mission area capped at the same time. They're multitasking.
Yeah, multitasking and ready to pursue their endeavors here. So I'll take it slow and steady for the moment. Adelaide going to be able to maintain course and getting some upgrades in there. Bumper Squid ready to play around. The master of the squids, rack of 10 there. And let's see if they can rack up some big KOs in a second here. They take it nice and slow, looking to slowly pressure their way towards the mission area. Agamotto up front, here we go, getting bouncing with it. No, not going to enable it yet though, Tony, but you saw they were thinking about going for that.
Yeah, definitely thinking for that strange tech. We'll see AU group up. We'll see Feast of the Abyss come through. Eternal Bond in return from Deacon. Great serves up. Feels like a game of tennis here. Alice is currently under fire. A few members on top of them. It is going to be Meteor M on top of Rackham, though. That will be a strong start back for AU. Agamotto still being held by Rollerball for so long. It's going to be the Invis securing the KO. And they will continue to walk up. The Invis getting a little bit of strategist combat in onto the side of Deacon. They're getting forced back so far here from this Venom, from this Hela, and from this Invis, keeping everybody healthy.
Yeah, keeping everybody pumped up and ready for action time and time again here. Looks like another upgrade going to be available for Bumper Squid in this one. So, to be able to power themselves up slow and steadily as the mission area progresses here. Speaking of, our ultimates are progressing rather nicely. Adelaide Uni actually have a big advantage here because if they get that Galactic Legend, it could definitely make things go off in a big way. Speaking of, Oblivious getting closer and closer to it. Could use it right here, right now. They're thinking about it, but they're not using it yet. Iona Proteus comes out, trying to get Legendary with it, Tony, and they've already shot down double. Looking to get even more. Seraph and Shield in big trouble, yielding big damage over and over again. And that's going to be a tidal wave effect heading towards Deacon here. Adelaide Uni are not playing around.
They're not playing around at all. Facing the Abyss, Crispy Bread trying to get something with that Heartbreaker, but it's all Heartbreak for the likes of Deacon. Alice once again posted up. Rollerball's trying to portal on, but it's not going to happen. That will be Adelaide Uni taking home control of Krakoa. What a beautiful game there from AU. And again, I was going to say, just hoping to see that Agamotto, hoping to see a little bit more from that Rogue and Gambit combo. Unfortunately, just didn't happen here for Deacon. Well-deserved MVP for Alice. An absolute threat in this Venom.
Absolutely. Really love to see what they're able to achieve there, Tony. You know, the Venoms are just showing such prowess. I mean, there's a reason that we saw 0 casualties on Alice there. Just coming straight out of Wonderland with that one, Tony. And they made some wonderful plays.
Yeah, some absolutely wonderful plays. And again, I just want to talk about the symbiotic shenanigans. We don't get to see that all too much. Doesn't really, I guess, one of those team-ups that you don't see a crazy amount of effect from, but it definitely was there. It definitely felt like Mr. Samter and Alice got a lot out of that one. Definitely impressed as well by the strategists here from AU. You saw Beast get in the mix in some of those fights as well, securing a double KO. Just getting those fights done and dusted quickly were the entire AU side.
Yeah, it's really great that they're able to utilize, you know, the key effects there and really just put the pieces into motion. And, you know, you talked about the symbiotic shenanigans team up there. I think it really enables Hela, particularly when they utilize the Soul Drainer, you know, the E ability there, lock them down into place for a little bit longer so then they have higher KO potential. It's always nice to see that come into effect. Obviously, there's other heroes you can use maybe a little bit more effectively into the current meta, but it's nice to see Hela making a little bit of a comeback, at least into a match like this one. And I'm very excited to see which direction they're going to be heading into map 2, Tony, because I think we thought that Adelaide Uni were looking a little disadvantaged initially there, but no, they were able to do amazing stuff. Speaking of, I think we've got some other amazing stuff on to the second map, Tony, because I think we know exactly where we're going.
Yeah, we know exactly where we're going as well. I believe we do have a sub in here And we go to Midtown, of course. I'll give you a little spoil there, Matt. But as well, we have JJ subbing in. So this is going to be an exciting one. Of course, JJ now coming in makes this game a little bit different. Of course, that we might see a little bit of shakeup as well in the ban draft priority here for both these teams going here into Midtown.
Yeah, excited to see what these players are going to be able to do. You know, very keen to see JJ back in action. They did some great work in previous semesters there. I've seen them play it out on local lands as well. They've been doing some amazing work, and let's see if they can do it all over again. But first, we start off with the bans all into this one. It's going to be Elsa ban coming out into the Venom all over again, Tony. So, looking to be a similar lineup coming out from Adelaide Uni here.
Yeah, this is going to be a question here. We're going to be seeing actually Venom ban once again for Adelaide Uni and a Gambit priority once again. Deacon, they'll take away the Elsa, kind of respectable one, right? Elsa's been running amok as of late. They're going to be taking away the Rogue, and they'll be going towards the Mantis for our first lock here. Deacon, it's a little bit different, still kind of reminiscent of the first map ban draft here.
Yeah, it's looking really reminiscent, but I think the big difference is going to come through right now if they do lock this one in. No. I thought about Groot for a second there, but oh, there it is. Groot going to be taken away, so we will not be seeing any strangling prisons to really clear space on the attacking or defensive sides here. But well, in turn, because Adelaide Uni get the double ban there, looks like they might be looking to lock in the Loki, so then they can't get the Merid Soul Resurgence coming out with the God of Mischief there. And I'm keen to see what Deacon will do. Looks like there's going to be no Venom across the board this time. So very dive-centric bans coming through from Deacon here. But now they've got the one-sided Elsa in their favor.
Ooh, yeah, the one-sided Elsa. And I imagine that's for JJ, right? The hover there from JJ here in this ban draft. That is going to be a scary one to deal with for the likes of Adelaide Uni. But they're looking pretty confident. They're banning well, Matt. I was going to say just identifying a lot of things that they don't want to go against. That Groot, Loki, and Invis ban seem to be pretty much staples here for Adelaide Uni. Their final lock here. There's a lot still left on the table. DD's available. Star-Lord's, yeah, definitely probably what they want to go for, especially with the fact that they have the Gambit already. Star-Lord just, goes hand in hand.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand. You get the Raging Legend, some might call it there, coming through with the ultimate combinations, and it's going to be Cloak actually banned out for last ban against Adelaide Uni there. So, not going to be able to utilize Cloak and Stagger into this one, but maybe turning things in a different direction as Alice is not able to play Venom, and in turn they're going to hover the Thing.
Yeah, that's...
Wait, Pain Brothers?
Pain Brothers? That could be potential. There, yeah, it's weird. I was going to say, for the likes of Adelaide Uni, what do we see? They do, again, opt to go for the Gambit Invis. We'll see Mr. Samter on that Bucky. Alice thinking about the Phoenix, so solo Vanguard potential here with the Hulk to start it off. But, of course, they're still in spawn, so we'll have to see what they decide once they walk out here. For Deacon, though, it is going to be triple strategist. Mantis, White Fox, and Cloak and Dagger available for their arsenal, so they'll opt to bring it to play. Vanpool and Strange, pretty good frontline combination here. And for JJ, expected Elsa Bloodstone. Hopefully going to see some good Globtroxes from JJ.
Oh, I don't doubt we're going to get them, Tony. I think we're going to see some big Apex Predators being locked in from JJ here. Let's see if they can make it work. The traps are going to be enabled as well. Living bullets coming out already. So good start from JJ, getting a ton of damage up front and leading the ult charge game here. But Bumper Squid easily pulling ahead of this one nice and quickly on the Vanpool there. I love to see Ewan Destroyer as well, just trying to clear space on the Hulk here. Playing very reminiscent of what we see from the Yeah We Lost at roster over in the NA side of things.
Yeah, Hulk's been a pretty pro pick, especially over in the Americas region of Ignite. We've also seen that a little bit in Asia. I believe Z10 rocked that one a little bit recently as well. I may have saw it from Reject. Might be wrong here, but it's a pretty good dive character considering Venom's getting taken away here. We'll see Alice, of course, change tune play for the Duelist role this time around. Bumper Squid going to be walking up with those Desert Eagles, doing a ton of chip damage here onto the Adelaide Uni side. JJ as well finds Alice, so great picks for Deacon. They'll send AU back to spawn, and that will stall the time a little bit. About a minute gone already.
Maybe more to follow here. It's going to be Beauty Hulk turning into a banner right now. So, ready to see if they can lock in a KO into this one. Adelaide Uni already charging ahead. So far, so good. Do have the boundary available if they want to clear a bit more space. But, I mean, they've still got that ult advantage. They don't need it yet. They do enable the KO. Apex Predator coming out. JJ trying to lock it in there. Double down. What a way to stop them in place into this one. They might even be looking for more if they're lucky, Tony. This is the JJ effect shining through.
Yeah, this is also the Elsa effect. Just so much maneuverability, right? Just getting so much stacks, so much free damage off here. We'll be able to scout out Oblivious on that top right-hand side, but a ton of ults now building for AU. And Deacon, they opted to use a lot of theirs in those initial fights.
Lock it down, lock it in, Tone, and let's see how the Galactic Legend shines as the Eternal Bond is popped in response there. So, going to be a good cause and effect ultimate out of the Duelist and Strategist into this one. Adelaide still having a clear advantage in the ult department. Almost 5 to their name. Raging Royal Flush now going to be enabled. So, going to force the Agamotto into a Strangling Prison, trying to lock him down. Kumio Unleashed coming out as well here. So, Adelaide doing a great job of forcing out pretty much everything from a Deacon here, but one in the same. The boundary going to be forced into it. Bandhammer coming out from Bumper Squid, trying to see if they can enable a focused KO into this one, but no one goes down. They refuse, and you are nothing with the end song there. Not going to happen for Alice, though.
Yeah, nothing out of the end song. Great chip damage, and it is going to be Apex Predator once again. JJ securing a few stunned up players for Bumper Squid and Crispy Bread to find it. The shots coming out as well from the shotgun. Just the ability to let this Elsa through is really hurting Adelaide right now. As we'll see as well, the Deacon Strategist play very safe. A lot of chip damage out from the Mantis. And it's looking good here for Deacon. They're starting to build their ultimates back up once again, though. It is going to be one for the group. KO secured. Alice fighting Crispy Bread. They will pop the Soul Resurgence here from the likes of Deacon. They will stay healthy for the moment.
Stay healthy for the moment and should be able to take it up a notch here. JJ already going down, so a grand start for Adelaide Uni. Let's see if they can go one step further, Tony. Take it slow and steady. Rackham going down. This is good for Adelaide here. Keep clearing that space. They've only got 10 seconds into this one. Deacon maybe need a portal and a dream, to be honest, and there we go. Time to get legendary for Adelaide here, shutting down a JJ with immediate effect and more to follow. Big and Ooze going down, everyone following. Van Hammer coming out. Don't know if it's going to be enough though, Tony, because the damage is just too grand here, as they will force them all the way back to spawn. They got the capture point as a little consolation prize, and they get to push this one a little further on with more time in their bank.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate fight. Well, the likes of Deacon, Hero getting KO'd quite early in that engagement, so not able to quite counteract that Galactic Legend with an Eternal Bond. And for Adelaide Uni, they only needed the Galactic Legend for that fight. They have 5 ultimates going into this next one. Deacon, of course, the Eternal Bond's still up. We'll see Apex Predator come, try to pull these members off of that mission vehicle and out of the line of sight of their strategists. For the moment, that Glaptrox does nothing. AJ still getting in chip damage. Strangling Prison coming through on top of the end song Inferno and the Meteor. It's a combination. That Meteor doesn't quite hit, but it doesn't matter. It's just striking fear into the hearts of Deacon.
Yeah, stuck at the bar there. Not going to be able to break past it, but let's see if they are going to be able to break past these walls right now. Crispy Bread goes down. Good start. Kumio Unleashed as well coming out from Deacon. They are fighting desperately to hold on to the defense here. We'll be fighting strong. Raging Royal Flusher trying to come out as well. Not going to be able to get too much from it, but it's Mr. Santa and Go locking in. Enjoy the show. The Vanguard shine and push above. Bumper Squid managing to find one through the chaos, but it's one and done. They're forced into the retreat here, and it could just be a staggered KO. Poor Crispy Bread now enabling Adelaide Uni to go even further with Herbie.
Herbie for a nice little drive through Midtown right now. For Adelaide Uni, I'm liking how controlling they are of not overextending with their ultimates, right? We're seeing them used one by one. We saw Strangling Prison, and then we saw Raging Royal Flush. We saw the Meteor in combination to try and find something with that End Song Inferno, but yeah, again, controlling these ultimates, building them quite quickly as well. Oblivious pretty close to that one. We'll see Apex Predator once again try and pull these guys out of the invis boundary, and they will get taken out. It will be Boundary back in return. It will be Galactic Legend. There is nothing of a strategist ult to shut that down. I have Agamotto to try and start up a strategist, try and make a pick back here for the likes of Deacon. And Oblivious will be able to run away. The help of the health pack, he'll stay online. And for Deacon, they'll trade even at least. No space gained here for AU.
I like the diverted focus towards the end from Oblivious there as well, managing to support their strategists to stay online, but now it's going to be Strangling Prison in into the Soul Resurgence, the end song, able to help them deliver the KO blow there, and looking to see if they can find more where that came from. Alice locked in, Banhammer coming down as well, try and see if they can launch the Cavil onto them and get a KO from it, but not going to be able to push it through as yet. Oh, I love the focus from Bumper Squid here, but they're not able to gear on up. They're going to be teamed down, and let's see if Adelaide can send it to the end.
Yeah, Sealy can secure all three. Big Brute Wall. It is going to be Eternal Bond. The Meteor in immediate answer from Mr. Center. Doesn't take out the Eternal Bond. So good coverage now for Deacon to try and walk up. They have Kumiho Unleashed available if they want to go for it. And they will look for it. They'll walk it up. Bigger Dudes has found one already onto the group. The KOs are coming through here for Deacon. In 19 seconds now, Adelaide Uni getting sent packing. The up truck's available here as well for JJ. It's going to be hard to touch.
Yeah, gonna be a difficult one to try and get some presence over Tony. 5 seconds in the dream here. Portal looking to come up. Adelaide trying the best they can. Galactic Legend again. JJ, immediate punish there. Their focus is exactly where it needs to be as they will engage with a ferocity into this fight and will be able to take high velocity, shoot for the stars, and push it over the line. Adelaide Uni get it done, full push.
Yeah, that Galactic Legend came up perfectly. Shutting down JJ, no Apex Predator for the likes of Deacon to shut that push happening. And all three for Adelaide Uni. A strong resurgence. They lost like 3 minutes of the clock to just some unfortunate engagements here, but they were able to bounce back. They were able to find their stride. Now over to the defense, they'll go. Deacon now to their attack. Not really changing up all too much. Again, keeping with that triple strategy, keeping JJ on the Elsa. And of course, Crispy Bread, that Vanguard pool. And Adelaide Uni might be looking to match it here because, of course, it went through for both sides. There was no prioritization there for the Van pool this time around.
Yeah, not going to be worried about that one whatsoever, but maybe it might get a bit of change heading into the next half here. We'll see what path lies ahead of them as Deacon gonna have a longer road to climb into this one, Tony. You know, Adelaide already looking dominant on their composition here and very eager to see if they're gonna continue to be exactly that. You know, we've seen so much prowess being put on full display there, especially from the combination between Oblivious and Much Duck here. Gonna be able to do huge work with the Gambit and the Star-Lord, but let's see if they can continue that as JJ gonna be bursting out the gates. They're angry, Tony. They're ready to get to action.
Yeah, ready to get to action. Take up on the high ground here. Very interesting approach from Deacon compared to where Adelaide Uni were kind of just going through main and getting drowned out of all the space. Bumper Squid already finding Oblivious. This is a fight Deacon are more than happy to take, especially with the fact that they've got those triple strategists. They've got the ability to overextend in fights and take a lot of damage because they'll be healed up pretty quickly. And Adelaide Uni are forced back behind the ambulance vehicle. This is so much control from Deacon.
So much control and looking to take even more where that came from, Tony. JJ locked and loaded into this one. You can see Living Bullet coming out, trying to push it around the back here. Ooh, big focus towards Star-Lord. They cannot allow that one to reign free once again. Otherwise, they'll get KO'd for free. But speaking of, now forced to a bit of a stalemate. You know, they're stagnant onto this corner here. Banhammer looking to come down from Crispy Bread here, though. And one in the same. Ewan does it as well. No one going to be able to get the KO just yet, though, Tony. But mission vehicle, at least it gets a bit more motion towards the corner of the ambulance.
Ooh. That's a scary prospect now here for Adelaide Uni. That will be Apex Predator online for JJ. And waste no time in the utilization of it. And Song Inferno being held here for Adelaide Uni. And it doesn't quite land its mark. We'll see now time once again building for Deacon. Crispy Bread finding a quick KO. Agamotto available for Bumper Squid. I don't think they'll need it because they have the Eternal Bond from Hero, keeping everybody healthy and forcing Adelaide Uni back. This is such an aggressive fight, and it just continues here for Deacon. They're showing so much upward pressure. Gonna be boundary into the Agamotto. Nobody stunned up from that one, though. Instead, it's the Invis pops immediately. A Galactic Legend here from Oblivious.
Yeah, getting legendary all over again, and they are focused as ever. Do get shot down, though, by Bumper Squid, and now getting even more so. Kumio Unleashed finding the final words there, and they will be able to get it over the line. So, first capture point done and dusted, and they got plenty of time to spare.
Yeah, 4 minutes for Deacon to continue moving this one forward. Yeah, just, again, JJ subbing in, being an absolute menace. It was curious as well to note that he subbed out for Rollerball, so I thought JJ would have taken to the Vanguard role here to fill out for Deacon, but they're more than happy to accommodate this Elsa pick right now because it is doing a ton of work for them, just controlling so many of these sight lines, not allowing Adelaide Uni to really walk up and take any pressure back.
Yeah, just keeping them at bay for the moment. Speaking of, Apex Predator coming out. It's a special delivery, maybe KO City, but no, they will be able to slip away in time there. Not going to be able to pry him up. Assault Resurgence coming out. Here we go. That's what they needed to enable some damage here, Tony. Now they're wreaking havoc. JJ is unleashing fire upon them, and they will be able to get the job done there. Team sent packing back to spawn. The only thing they can contest with now, maybe a portal, maybe a lot of dreams, but looks like they are going to be held back. So second capture point is collected.
Now, somebody put this guy out. He's overheating, it feels. But at the moment, Adelaide Uni, they're not quite the firefighters, and they'll have to fall back once again. Meteor, the metal bulwark, forced out here from the likes of Adelaide Uni. It will be a quick pick there onto Bumper Squid, but still, his front end pressure, Straggling Prison doesn't quite land its mark. Unfortunate whiff there for Adelaide Uni, but they're still trying to fight like it hit.
Still trying to fight like it hit and see if they can get more where that came from, as they've found at least one. Apex Predator coming out does have a bit of a shaky position there. Gets caught on Herbie, I believe, so that's unlucky for JJ, but they've at least got a few more things they can play around here. In particular, you think of what can be played with, it's going to be Adelaide bringing out the Galactic Legend, forcing out the Eternal Bond, Rage More Flush coming out, and the Meteor as well to try and disengage it. It works perfectly, Tony! What a way to kick off!
And that didn't take out the Cloak and Dagger, though. The Eternal Bond's still here for Deacon, but they're happy to take out JJ, who's been a menace. They're happy to take out Rackham, who was slowly building towards that Kumio. And Adelaide Uni, that's the fight they need. They need to keep that pressure up. So much front end damage coming onto JJ. This Phoenix swap up from Alice might be perfect.
Be exactly what they need with the Banhammer coming down, looking for the long distance. Agamotto perhaps not going to be able to bring it up just yet. Maelstrom at the ready. Will they be able to get the damage they need from it? No, not yet. Oh, looking to run it around the back here. No one close enough at the moment. Here we go. Maybe now it's Agamotto time. There it is. Straight into spawn. They lock at least some players in place, but they're not going to be able to get the KO from it just yet, Tony. But at least they can establish this frontal pressure. Keep pushing the mission vehicle here. This is what they need. They can even push them back for the Apex Predator if needed for the last stretch, Tony. There's a lot that they can do in this situation.
Yeah, there's a lot available. Straggling Prison and Song here for Adelaide Uni. They're looking to walk it up. Straggling Prison will go, and Song Inferno will pop, and it will do a ton of damage there. Triple KO from Ewan. And that is Adelaide Uni winning out that fight decisively. Ultimates were used as well from Deacon in the process. And finally, they can stop the bleeding. Matt Deacon. Still 2 minutes to play with, though. Adelaide Uni need to move precisely in these next few fights.
Cauterize the wound for the moment, but there's going to be more inflicted momentarily. Raging Royal Flush at the ready. Adelaide are prepared for the next onslaught ahead of them. One of the same, though. Deacon almost to the edge of an eternal bond here. Would be the enabler they need to push into the fight, but EDRM's going to be the thing they worry about most, unless they can shut down Magneto. Maybe not. Here we go. Rachel Royal Flush going to be enabled in to the Eternal Bond, and Gumio unleashed here. The Meteor coming over the top. Scoops up Mantis. That's not going to be Cloak and Dagger, though, but it's at least a strategist they needed to find. They will trade it back, though, Tony. There's 2 KOs, but Oblivious is online.
Yeah, he's online. Galactic Legend coming up at the perfect time. Eternal Bond's no longer there for Deacon, so he can let that one sing, let those guns fly, and it will be some chip damage. Bandhammer comes out here from Crispy Bread. Still, Star-Lord flying around, being a menace. Oblivious doing so much damage here for the front end side of Adelaide Uni. It's a minute left. Deacon are back and healthy. They've got the Agamotto to play with, but they've lost Crispy Bread already. Oblivious will find that one. They'll pull JJ back into dangerous territory. Adelaide Uni now, they have all the pressure, and they're looking to surmount some fights here.
Looking to get some big fights ahead of the map. See if they can make it work. Just need to get the vehicle moving. That's the objective of Deacon into this one. Adelaide, though, they've got plenty of tools to stop them from doing that. Strangling Prison could come in clutch into this next fight in particular. Speaking of, Pumper Squid almost getting taken out of it. Needs to be in there. Good enabler coming out from JJ. They shut down Magneto. Not going to get any of the bubbles coming through here, but we might see a big bubble, might see a big Agamotto. It's going to be Strangling Prison right around the back there. Ewan into a bit of trouble. Lensong gets shut down before it can pop, though. So this is going to be great reactions from Deacon. Almost managing to get the shutdown there. Use the Seraphim Shield. Doesn't yield the result.
Yeah, it doesn't yield the result. Agamotto still for Pumper Squid. He's holding on for so long. JJ has found that pick onto Oblivious, though. We'll see Invisible Boundary. Agamotto, though, the boundary keeps everybody online. Alice is not going to be taken out. No KO coming quickly. Soul Resurgence here, and the Bandhammer to come through onto Adelaide Uni. They're fighting the fights here. Overtime will tick, and we'll see still Gambit and everybody from Adelaide Uni healthy and fighting together. Eternal Bond from Hero on top of the strategist here. Magneto, Meteor M is being held out here by Sansa. Looking for the dunk. It will find Pick and Dudes. It's another strategist pick. It's not the Cloak and Dagger. It doesn't matter. Adelaide Uni are not able to touch Galactic Legend from Oblivious, trying to find something back in return. Shut down by Crispy Bread. Rackham will find Alice. They're bleeding these KOs out to the likes of Deacon. Just one more to find. Overtime done in 3 minutes to 3 minutes. 3 caps to 3 caps. It's Deacon and Adelaide Uni going OT.
3 is the magic number, and now we go OT time, Tony. You'll love to see it. Both these teams are so hungry to take this big win, and let's see if they can make it happen right here, right now. Their time is now. Their time to shine is right here, Tony. Both these teams are gearing on up to give their absolute best. Pressed against the wall, it don't matter. They deliver such convincing results, and very keen to see who's going to be able to pull ahead of this one, Tony, because a lot of the key pieces are definitely performing well here.
Yeah, both teams. It feels like everybody's coming up clutch when needed most. Pikachu's with some of these Soul Resurgences. Just on the fraction of a member of Deacon actually getting KO'd, and then the Soul Resurgence comes immediately back to full HP. It doesn't matter that they were about to fall. Adelaide Uni, Strangling Prison and Song Inferno, they didn't quite land that last fight. That's really what set that fight in stone for Deacon. They were able to bleed out those ultimates. Crispy Bread taking out Oblivious well, shutting it down completely. Deacon, composition built to counteract Adelaide Uni's, it feels, and it's doing them wonders.
Doing them wonders, and there's going to be more where that came from, Tony. The gates are open. Let's get ready to rumble, but they don't stumble. Deacon already taken to the high ground here. JJ getting immediately punished, though. This could alleviate some early pressure here. Adelaide looking to focus up on the mission vehicle nice and quick already. Isolating the angles with the walls there from Groot. So, forcing Deacon so far back. They don't even have to work that hard to get the mission vehicle on a roll here.
That's already going. 30 seconds gone from the clock here from Adelaide Uni, but still finding these precious moments of picks here. It's Alice to find that quick KO. We'll see Banhammer in return here to try and make something happen for Crispy Bread. Of course, building that one so quickly in so many of these engagements. I have to give credit to Crispy Bread on this Vanguard. Already taken out, though, by Oblivious. Floating over the top there with the Star-Lord. And Deacon is forced to surrender all of the space. They were the ones controlling it on their attack. Now forced to surrender their defense. Portal's going to come through here from Bumper Squid to try and stall it in OT.
Try and stall through with a bit of portal combat here. Big damage already over the front. Boundary going to be coming up. Rackham going down as well. There's a big problem. JJ getting close to the Apex Predator. Could be the saving grace, but everybody getting shot down. All the meanwhile is going to be a big problem here for Deacon. They need to hold on to this one, but no one is able to hold back. So Adelaide going to be able to get it past that first capture point.
Yeah, Oblivious fighting fire with fire just in the face of JJ and Crispy Bread. Somehow able to get out. A props to the strategist here for Adelaide Uni, keeping him up. OT will tick. We'll continue to push that mission vehicle. They've got a short leash map. That OT doesn't last for very long here in this crucial circumstance here. We've got Ensong Inferno, Raging Royal Flush available. Magneto Meteor M's now coming online here. Apex Predator come out immediately on the swing on the corner, and that's both Vanguards down here now for Adelaide Uni. All alarm bells are ringing. It will be like a moto. Raging Royal Flush though in return. Now once again, and this just might be Adelaide bleeding their members. Casualties coming across the line. Ensong Inferno, and they're not on the mission vehicle, Matt. It goes to Deacon. It stops at 4.
Well played towards the end there for the Deacon side. We'll be able to lock in the defense just short of the halfway point. So, going to be very happy with that and be able to at least have a little bit less of a distance to push through here. But see if it's going to be any different heading forward into this one, Tony. Both teams need to lock in now. Deacon, they looked a lot stronger in the past on their attack, comparable to their defense. So, this could actually be the situation that enables them to achieve their greatest work. And let's see if exactly that is going to be breaking through into the next section here as both teams get ready for battle. Start your engines.
The battle ensues once again. It's interesting to see neither of these two teams swap anything. They're just content with what they've got. No adaptations, but as I say that, I see a hero Jeff now here off of the Cloak and Dagger, and this might enable a really, really crazy composition here for Deacon because they've already got that van pool. I imagine they're going to take that high ground again like Adelaide Uni did in their attack. And I worry, Adelaide Uni, do you have the fight in you to deal with the Jeff? I built it all up and then just straight back to Cloak and Dagger, man.
Yeah, that's the bait and switch of the spawn room, Tony, you know? Just when you think something's coming, it's going. So, not going to happen today. Maybe later, though. But for the moment, they're going to be able to claim the high ground themselves. But Deacon, nice and quick already. Focus fire down, and they will be able to start off strong. Oblivious is out. That's one of the key duelists there, taken out of commission. And let's see if they can find anyone else around the corner here on the choke point, as already the pressure just continues to build, and they are not letting up. So the mission vehicle going to be rolling nice and quick.
Yeah, Deacon know what they want. They fought for that high ground in the previous. They went for the main fight this time around, and seems to be paying them wonders. Already finding that pick onto Oblivious. The Strange down low. Bumper Squid trying to retreat. Gets around to the safety of the ambulance there. Some great cover and great use of the environment to stay up there for Deacon. JJ just dishing out again a ton of chip damage with this Elsa Bloodstone. So hard to deal with, and we've got ultimates half charged here. 99 now to 100 for JJ. Could be a crucial one, but Boundary in return. And it will be Apex Predator immediately, but answered by the Boundary.
Ooh, they managed to KO through it though under the Gambit, so they will not be able to chain with the Raging Royal Flush here. Agamotto gonna be able to stop the show, but it doesn't matter. Oblivious has done so much damage already, but at least it slows down things on the mission vehicle. Still, they need to shut them down, Tony. They're fighting for dear life into this one, and they succeed. JJ brings it back, but the portal, it might be too much, Tony. They need to get back quick.
They need to get back on the White Fox there. Rackham is dashed on. Vanguard Pool as well is back in the mix. But we have Ensong Inferno. We have Adelaide Uni piling out of that portal, out of their spawn. JJ up in air. Ensong lands on top of the mission vehicle. And Adelaide Uni will clean out the fight. And they will be taking Midtown. What a game, Matt. Back and forth OTs. And it ends in an Adelaide Uni victory. Hard fought for Deacon. Props to both teams. Handshakes all around.
Yeah, handshakes all round on that one. It's going to be a beast taking away the MVP there. So, big work from our Invisible Woman player. Honestly, surprising. I thought Oblivious would be able to take that one away with their impressive enabling actions on the Star-Lord. I mean, the final hits speak for themselves.
My word. 60k for JJ. That's just, I think that's just the Elsa effect, right? You let that one through.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, 60k, 17 final hits. But you can see on the other side of things, Adelaide Uni, it's final hits across the board. It's 18 there for the Groot. It's 16 for Mr. Samter on the mag. Having so much impact with those meteors, not finding the eternal bond, right? You bring the mag to deal with the cloak and dagger, but he was just fighting everybody else. So you can't really hate the guy for hitting a meteor like that.
Yeah, you really can't hate him for it, Tony, because that's what enabled their team to find so much success. You know, they managed to hit some pretty good meteors, albeit at times they didn't hit the targets they were hoping for, but they definitely got some key ones indeed. So, going to be happy with the result of that one, Tony. A 2-0 affair, and very happy to see the effects of that one. But that's going to be a wrap on that series, Tony. While we get our next one set up and prepared for your viewing pleasure, we're going to go straight to a break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here with Matzy and 2Tap Tony. It's gonna be another thriller of a series ahead of us. We've had two absolutely grand ones so far, Tony, and now we have another couple of unis coming up. It's Swinburne taking on UCID.
Yeah, these games have delivered, Matt. This is how I wanted to start the season, but we'll check out the rosters for you. For Swinburne, it is Golemio, Delta 220, Lunafra, Sparta Bang, Cassia, and Ebby Jade. For the side of UCID, that dude Bacon, Kitsune, Lamau, Sky Dude, Piggish, and Cold. And yeah, Matt, I've already seen some crazy games. I imagine these two unis as well are really going to bring it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Tony. I think they're going to be bringing out the big guns here. And let's see how it goes into the draft as we kick off immediately. Will it be double gambits? Will it be Elsa taking away maybe a Mantis focus? Or will it be something else entirely like a Venom like we saw in last series? Oh, it is going to be different, Tony. Ooh. This is going to be interesting. Vanpool taken first, and Elsa. This enables that Gambit Protector. Mr. Fantastic!
What? Mr. Fantastic lock first from UCID? That dude Bacon must have a absolutely insane Mr. Fantastic if that's what they're looking to use their lock on. Outside of Swinburne, it's pretty meta heavy, right? Taking away the Vanpool, they take away the Elsa. Locking in the Hella for Sparta Bang? Okay, we're seeing some interesting things here for both these sides.
Very unique compositions coming out so far, and looking like we've gone back in time a little bit. We're seeing the Namor actually banned out to disengage that Deep Wrath team up here, Tony, so not going to be seeing that one put into play, and it's a very duelist-focused ban line coming through here. Gambit, at least, going to be taken out later into the piece there, so Protect coming through from a Swinburne. Now, who could it be? It could be anything at this point, Tony. We could see Daredevil get protected for all we know. No, it's going to be Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, you can see the champion Cloak and Dagger for Lunafra. So probably want to keep that one online here for Swinburne. A lot of good characters still kind of up here for both sides, right? As you said, the Daredevil's still in the mix. We've been seeing Phoenix banned for both sides. I don't think I've seen a Phoenix ban for both sides in like 2 seasons.
We're back. We're so back. And we're
Double
seeing
Cloak?
the double protect on Cloak, yeah?
Yeah.
Gambit's banned across the board. At least that feels much this season, but everything else feels like we're in a whole different game right now, Tony. Love to see it. Keen to see what Lunafra can do on that Cloak and Dagger as well. Definitely eager to see that one put into action here. And great to see the Strange team up coming out from Swinburne as well, playing into the Invisible Woman here. UCID going to be bringing out the Rocket as well here, Tony, and the Magic. Very mobile type composition from them here. I like what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, this is a lot of different things here. The Rocket, I guess, for UCID allows that BRB to be placed and gives them a second shot at things if they were to have a casualty early. Golemio having their Namor taken away. Go to the Storm. And that also feels reminiscent of meta's past, right? Storm Pun was also a heavy prevalence on like spawn breaking and such. But yeah, just rocking it dry with like no team up. It's an interesting thing from Swinburne. UCID, though, if the comp feels not too bad, no Strange team up there for the Magic, so we're kind of just playing with comfort picks here for both these sides, it feels.
Yeah, just playing comfortably for the moment. We'll see if comfort will benefit them in the long run, or whether they might be looking to change up. It's going to be Mr. Fantastic for Mr. Fantastic here so far, so eager to see what they're going to be able to do with that one. Thing. Need to get on the rollout as well. Let's see if they can get a big blow through there. Gonna go for some early KOs. Great that they're focused on shutting down the walls as well. They realize the damage potential there, but mission area now online, isolating the line of sight. This is great for Delta and Co, but the show gonna be started by UCID here.
Yeah, they're allowed to just walk up with the thing, right? A very target-heavy character to just stick on top of these players. And these arrows will fall for the side of Swinburne early. Bartholomew jumps over to a teammate, tries to defend for his Hella and Spiderbank. Usid, great little early fight there, just using the sticking power of the thing and all of the upfront healing that they're getting out of Piggish as well. That armor pack was probably very necessary. We're going to be seeing Bartholomew go over towards the Punisher. I talked about the Storm Punisher, but, well, you might have heard me. Punisher pretty good at shutting down a few of these heroes from the side of USID.
Looking to shut down more than a few for that matter. I would have thought that would have came out on the other side, but no, Brandy bounce coming out with the clobbering time there. It's getting bouncy all over again, and they will be able to bounce their way straight through that fight. So, huge stuff coming out from USID there, and they've switched their direction. Yeah, it's Moon Knight, it's not Punisher anymore.
Moon Knight now triple strat as well. Bartholomew over to White Fox. A lot of tinkering happening here for Swinburne. Just trying to find the right composition of characters that gets them out of this choke. They're trying to fight for once again. We have so many ults on for USID, right? They only used the Mr. Fantastic one in that last engagement. Garcia building up to the AGON Moto. Will be Delta taking out that dude Bacon, so Swinburne now might have some room to work with Strangling Prison on top of the Khonshu. And it will be Cassio with the Maelstrom as well. Darkchild to come through, but it doesn't do anything there for Sky Dude. Might have been a burnt ultimate that they probably didn't want to use.
Yeah, not going to be looking to use that one at all, are they? You know, they want to hold on to these things as long as they possibly can. Otherwise, they're going to have less tools to deal their opponents here. But one of the same, at least Swinburne do have a couple they can rely on here. Not looking to match the Eternal Bond for Eternal Bond early. It's interesting, but it does work out, delaying their own Eternal Bond here, because they're going to have it a bit longer. Speaking of, Meteor M coming out, playing into the early cloak there. Not going to be getting disengaged, so this is good for Swinburne here. One of the same. They managed to find a plethora of KOs here, now forcing USID out of position, out of the fight here. Maelstrom up and ready, and they get the damage over the top. Both Vanguards in big trouble here, and they will force a retreat from USID, and maybe a staggered KO or two. This is huge for building percentage.
Oh my word, when have you seen a Mantis move that quick against the thing who's trying to get away? Unfortunate there for USID. They'll have their thing returned towards the spawn, and for Swinburne, great body block from Delta, just eating that Meteor for Luna, keeping that Eternal Bond up for just that little bit longer, and then just staggering out those KOs perfectly. USID starting to build percentage back towards a few ultimates. We'll have Khonshu available. We'll have Sky Dude flying through, though, immediately finding target onto the Invis, looking for Spider-Bang on the Moon Knight. And it will be two secured for Sky Dude, making it a few more for the rest of USID. And the point is flipped back towards their favor. 83 only for Swinburne.
Yeah, 83 only, and could it be more on its way soon? A portal coming over the top. Will it get there in time, though? I don't think it will, Tony. They're taking too long. And just like that, it's over and out. Just when you thought it could come back, and nah, you said lock it down, lock it in on the carousel, and we're moving on to the cradle now.
And to the cradle, and a little bit more of maybe open space here. All the likes of a team like Swinburne, who have that Moon Knight to try and play those chokes, but actually, I forgot it. I swapped them around, Matt. Cradle's the one where it's a little more choke heavy. So the Moon Knight's going to be staying here for the likes of Swinburne. And yeah, Khonshu is still there. Darkchild wasn't used up for USID in that final fight that won them that point. So got a few ultimates to play with for both sides.
Yeah, and they're right on the edge of that Strangle in Prison as well, so if they want to play those ults in combination there with the Hand of Khonshu into the Strangle in Prison, they can definitely engage very effectively into an early fight here, but obviously playing off that ult advantage, it's going to be good. You know, you want to hold on to things, draw things out, because you said they've only got that Darkchild at the moment, so Swinburne, realistically, if they're ult tracking here, can afford to wait for a bit longer, but we'll see if they want to pull the trigger to get into the fight early, and start off with some strengths as they now look to push their way over to the mission area already. Scouting ahead here, trying to build up some more damage. Spider-Bang ready and waiting and slating ahead. Look at the damage building up so quickly. Wow, Tony.
Yeah, Darkchild. Damage coming out from Spider-Bang. No Khonshu yet. Darkchild slashing and thrashing through the entire Swinburne side, just getting chip damage, but that boundary is keeping everybody healthy. The Darkchild, Null and Void, Strangling Prison on top of the Khonshu. It's a combination we've seen before. In Swinburne, they let it rip. Early KOs to come. Spider-Bang for a double. And you, Sid, are going to have to retreat. Swinburne, beautiful fight there, but they used 3 ultimates to win that one out, Matt.
Oh, yeah, it was a big commitment coming through, Tony, but ultimately it does play out in the end here. So, going to be a grand start coming through. You said, though, they're building up to some ults of their own in this one. A double Vanguard ult, maybe a Brainiac bounce around the corner. But they have lost the Mr. Fantastic. At least they have the BRB available, though, so they're going to be right back in the fight. Speaking of, now looking to be held off at the choke point. Swinburne, good to keep the pressure in this situation. They got the Thornlash wall as well, just to bring up a bit more damage. But here's that Eternal Bond. They're looking to engage in the fight straight with that ult. And Lunar from Matches.
Yeah, match Eternal Bond for Eternal Bond, but like you said, they've got the Magneto. The Meteor doesn't find its mark, and Agamotto going to be coming across. Spider-Bang now has that Khonshu once again. Usid need to be careful. They can't be funneling into these chokehold positions. Swinburne will capitalize. They won't even need the Khonshu. They'll just find it with the Maelstrom and Darks and everything coming from Spider-Bang. You can see Big is just trying to run away now, trying to get out to safety. 70% now on the cards for Swinburne and nothing for you, Sid, so far.
Yeah, not going to be much available to them, is there, Tony? Going to have to take it slow and steady in there for the moment. And let's see if they can make it work. They do have the Seer available if required. It might be enough to elevate them into the game, but Lamar's been taken out. That's going to be a problem. They don't have that clobbering time, so going to have to disengage with that one, or immediate switch off to Strange as well. You know they want a portal straight back. Brainiac bounce coming in with the Seer. Now Soul Resurgence in response, and Strangling Prison. Oh no, the Moon's here, and now the KOs come down.
Beautiful Strangling Prison Khonshu combo once again for Swinburne. It's portal back towards the mission area. And Seer is still available for you, Sid, but they are getting staggered out of this portal, stunned and locked out completely. It's Swinburne to capitalize, and they'll take the cradle, and we'll go to our third here of the Grove, Matt. And I have to give credit to this Vanguard lineup of Swinburne. The Strangling Prisons have been absolutely insane. And as well, just getting pulled together by the Maelstroms from that strange invis combination. Swinburne, this is such a great start to what felt like such a rough start for them in that first one.
Yeah, it's such a grand switch up here. You know, they're playing to their strengths into this one, utilizing the Groot Moon Knight combo, which you don't see much of these days, to be honest. You know, it's great to see that they're going back to Old Faithful in that regard, but I like what I'm seeing from USID now. I was surprised that they weren't playing into a Punisher earlier, considering they're dealing with the Groot here, but now they've got at least a Punisher there to pelt down some of those walls and deny some of the potential that comes with playing into the Groot.
Yeah, it was, as we've seen as well from a few content creators, Shotgun Punisher is always a scary thing to go against. So, yeah, I don't want to get too close to that dude Bacon if he's rocking pun this time around. Swinburne. Yeah, going to play a little bit scattered on their approach. A few high and a few low. You said they'll all come from main. Great Groot walls here. I have to say as well, Delta impressed me with the placement of some of these Groot walls. Just very willing to, like, place them in moments of choke and shutting down USID. They'll use the Seer and Darkchild early, Matt. Feels like a lot of it got shut down initially, though. The invisible battery kept them up. Spider-Bang quite low, but kept healthy. Agamotto here as well. Picasso, do they look at...
Oh, do they lock it in? It's going to be the Agamotto up front. The Moon coming down as well, though. Big damage does enable the trade back in the KO department here. We're going to take it slow and steady. Golem, you're going down, though. Here's that Punisher you were talking about, Tony. They get the job done and will be traded one and the same. It's just trades all around with a Maelstrom here. Lunafra still does have the Eternal Bond if they want to stay in the fight a bit longer. Oh, they could be forced into it. They don't have any healing going their way. There we go. Now forcing into position. Takes Gold's deal. Now matches it delayed. And it's going to be Strangling Prison to try and shut them down.
Strangling Prison. It feels like a cage match right now with how many walls are up here for both respective groups. Swinburne. No, there's still one healthy. They'll have the final judgment. And they'll try and let those guns sing from that dude Bacon. He'll find two before getting shut down by Spider-Bang. The rest of the team from UCID, though, they're diving towards the back line. Still with this magic, allowing to apply that pressure. And it will be the cap over to UCID. A crazy fight there from both teams to kick it off. Hard to break between them.
Going to be very difficult to break between them there, but eventually one team does prevail. So UCID be able to hold on to this one, playing into the Chains team up. You see, they're getting locked in place, trying to get back to the mission area. Oh no, that dude Bacon has one line of sight, and they're just getting a ton of damage. So that's going to get them some good ult charge quick. We'll see if they will need it though, because three of their teammates and one of the same on Swinburne have their ults available. Swinburne getting close to both strategist ults though. Could be a bit of trouble. Here's the mood. Spider-Bang putting it all together again. A great enabler there. Ayabugamoto around the back trying to stack it up. Maelstrom available. They don't even pop it.
They don't even pop it. And Golem, now with that Soul Resurgence, they'll fly forward, put the pressure on. That's the ability you have with the Mantis. Agamotto coming through as well. They'll go up high and they'll take to the skies and they'll go down low. Sky Dude at least able to answer back on a Golem. Swinburne, they will cap the mission area back and they'll control the percentage for now. And trade on the even here, though, from you, Sid.
Taking it through and ready to pull into this one. Cassia holding back for the moment, still trying to pressure them off the mission area. Darkchild going to be enabled, now forcing the invisible boundary there. Sia from Pickish as well, trying to elevate the damage department for them here. They might be looking to match Eternal Bond for Eternal Bond in a second as well. Lunafra brings it out now. Getting closer to that final judgment could be a problem as well from UCID here. We'll see if they can bring it through. Takes Gold Steel is at the ready as well. Here we go. Strangling Prison comes out. Oh my goodness. Everything's coming out from UCID right now. They are committing to this fight. And a Konshu comes out there as well, Tony. But honestly, I think Swinburne got a big win out of that fight because they forced pretty much every ult UCID had, and they only used one towards the end of that fight. Albeit that one might have been a bit much, but hey, that's a win in my book.
Yeah, there might have been, I feel like, a little bit of a miscommunication, chaos in the comms right now from UCID. Only needed Strangling Prison or Agamotto, not the both of them, right, to lock these guys in place for that Punisher judgment to sing. The Swinburne, they'll happily take it. Strangling Prison started to build here for Delta. That dude forced to fall back. Seeing a lot of usage of that chain as well from the team up. Floating around right now. Skydude needs to be a little bit cautious almost to KO City there. Swinburne, though, they do once again have the Strangling Prison and Konshu combo, and it will be only one from Spider-Bang. Is able to find a follow-up at least, but return to life here for the likes of UCID. That dude Bacon rezzed on the BRB, and here comes back flying. Shotgun of swinging, and it is going to be two KOs. Benson there for that dude Bacon, hooking him up and serving him a victory here for UCID.
Oh my goodness, what a way to close it out there, Tony. Penta KO, if they had a second longer, it would have been a Hexa as well. You know it, we know it. And what a way to get it done in the end there. You know, I was afraid that Swinburne might have the opportunity to bring it back towards the tail end of that one, but no. UCID and managed to make it work. That dude Bacon going to be taking away a well-deserved MVP after that one, Tony. 15 finals to their name and definitely taking aim at victory.
Yeah, that was a clean game out of UCID. The adaptation there, great point to swap over to the Punisher. As soon as they see Moon Knight and Groot, the combination from Swinburne, they immediately answer it. Beautiful, beautiful play there. Strategists, Vanguards as well for you, Sid. Very, very strong, Matt. And, well, for Swinburne, unfortunate. An L to their board to start.
Yeah, not going to be able to take advantage of that one, Tony. So, going to be a tough bout ahead of them. But we'll see how things are going to fare as we head towards map number 2 right after this break. Welcome back, and we are going to be getting straight into Mapper 2, everybody. And that's your 2-tap Tony here to get you straight back into the action. What a first map we had there, Tony. But it's time for Midtown, time for Convoy, and let's get it.
Let's get it, baby. Midtown, and hopefully we see some change-ups here. Swinburne already taking away Sky Dude's magic. So we see Swinburne a little bit unhappy about how that last one ended. Matt, you said, though, Elsa Ban, again, locking in that dude Bacon's Mr. Fantastic. I was going to say, didn't really get to see all too much of it. You know, one good ultimate here or there, but didn't have the impact I was expecting of the locks here. But one-sided Groot for Swinburne is interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious how they're going to play into this one. I mean, having a Groot on Midtown is definitely going to enable them to do more, but taking the Moon Knight away does disengage at least that Hand of Khonshu type play there. So, not going to be able to combine those forces this time, and no Elsa going to be available, at least for the UCID side as well. And UCID, once again, you know, they're disengaging a lot of those duelist picks there and not focusing on the strategists at all.
Yeah, not worrying about that strategist lineup. Lock and Dagger lock once again for Swinburne. And a lot of things still up here. No more being thought about a ban here for UCID. Maybe they want to play dive this time around. Like, Magic's not there for them. A little bit of a dive-heavy character. Gambit almost getting let through all the way until the final mark here. So, Gambit ban from UCID. And I expect to see another Magneto there from Kitsune. Didn't get to see all too many meteors kind of land where we wanted them to for the likes of UCID. Like, the Magneto is still there holding up the front lines.
Yeah, they're still there, ready to go. It's a great response to the Cloak and Dagger Protect as well, but Gambit will be folded away on both sides this time, so no Raging Royal flushes. Could see Loki's come out, though, so that could be a big problem there. Golomir already bringing out the animated champion into this one, and very eager to see what they can do with that one as we look to lock it down. Our picks right now, Tony. I'm keen to see how we flush our way through this one, because we have Namor on deck with that Horn of Proteus.
Yeah, hell of a more for the side of Swinburne. Winding back the clock, it would feel. I was going to say, we haven't seen really like any crazy hell of a more combinations. But it seems to be making its way back slowly, you know? Everybody's playing Elsa Phoenix. Elsa DD, all the dive characters. Eleanor feels very fitting to be kind of a slept-on strategy for some of these teams. Like so you said, they have actually opted for the Moon Knight this time around, so Moon Knight being available, they'll happily take up that one, but of course they don't have the Groot to pair with it, so interesting call from you, Sid.
Yeah, going to be an interesting call coming through from them there. I'm curious how it's going to work out for them, right? Whether they can really take advantage of it in this one. But already going to be taking things slow and steady in the start here. Delta trying to get the setup around the choke point here. Make sure they cut them off around the corners here. Not allow them too much presence. So far, so good, but we'll see if they can hold them back, because already Swinburne are looking to be forced back here. You know, they're giving a lot of space to UCID here, and this is only going to benefit our attacking side.
Yeah, this is a wealth of space being taken. Groot Wall. Great arc there placement from Guy Dude. UCID just like slowly chipping away at these HP bars, but they're also having theirs slowly chipped away. They will lose their Doctor Strange already. UCID. Who's an early pick? Swinburne are able to stall the card here.
Whoop. Here we go. The moon's coming out, Tony, and they will be able to haunt their way forward, but not going to be able to do much with it. So, going to be double strat ult available for Swinburne right now. Can definitely force things back if required. So this is great to have those tools available, especially if Takes Called Steel tries to push their team into the fight with the Eternal Bond there. They can match it, strat ult for strat ult, and to do more. Brainiac Bounce already going to be engaged here. This forces out the Eternal Bond, actually. So interesting to see that pushed first, because now this gives UCID the advantage on the delayed activation.
Yeah, very interesting timing for that one. Spider Bang will be able to find Piggish there. That Vanpool trying to play up on the high ground, dish out some damage. We'll see Goddess of Death here behind the likes of UCID, and they'll just take a ton of punishment there. Will be Sky Dude take it out. Ultimate's online here for UCID, but they won the fight. It felt like they should have been able to take the space. But Swinburne immediately a call to action, a call to answer. Sends UCID back to their spawn region once again. Rocket putting in the work to try and get them to healthy numbers again.
They're doing the very best that they can to enable them to success. Yeah, they've got the Seer online, so they definitely can use that if they want to really do big numbers into another fight here. Speaking of, Hannah Gonshu going to be activated into this one. Big damage over the top. That dude Bacon already getting all the bacon and no eggs there. Quarter KO and looking to turn it to 5. And not going to be able to this time, though. Lamau seals away the last. So, going to be a good starter for UCID. Finally breaking through this one. Yeah, they're going to be stopped at the edge, aren't they, Tony?
Yeah, no portal. Unfortunate there for Swinburne, so yeah, they're just going to have to walk. Oh my word. Chip damage there from Sky Dude. Meteor available. A bed hammer. Will be invisible boundary, though, for Ebby Jade, keeping everybody from Swinburne healthy and out of harm's way. Fantastic just trying to walk in their face, though. That dude Bacon's got a little bit crazy. Mission vehicle is capped. The percentage is there for UCID. Doesn't matter that they lose the members. Just kind of playing with Swinburne's mind there by just walking at them and forcing them back.
Yeah, it's just that pseudo pressure, isn't it? You know, they walk forward to them and they get a bit afraid there. So just give so much space in favor of UCID here. But they have lost a member early on, and maybe more to follow. So Swinburne might just be able to swing things back. Yeah, they're slowly but certainly calculating the KOs through here. Oh, this is going to be a tough positioning. They don't catch Kitsune out, so we'll be able to retreat out of that fight. But this is a good way to reclaim the mission vehicle here and stall a bit of time in your favor for Swinburne.
Yeah, Swinburne all about stalling time on his defense, and oh my word, Delta quite low. Gonshu comes across from Sky Dude, separates the fight in two here for UCID, and they will be able to find Delta 20. Bada Bang on the backside, though, finding that flank KO onto the cloak. That's all of the healing prowess out from UCID. They'll lose their rocket as well, and Swinburne, again, just controlling the fight, the fade away. Lunafront will be able to live and fight another day. It is going to be the Vanpool walking up. All of a sudden, Usid, just when they thought they lost that fight, are back at it. Oh my word, the Desert Eagles from Usid. And they're taking all the photos to commemorate.
Yeah, Maydepool taking all of the pictures there. I love to see it. And let's see what else they are going to be able to do now. Getting closer and closer to the next capture point here, Tony. Heels coming out the front here. Might be able to actually shut them down. They've found Lamau here. Brainiac bounce coming out. The BRB bringing Lamau back as well. Could be some destruction over the back line. A boundary coming up in two. Stratly Prison. Proteus as well coming out here. And they're doing everything they can to match them into this one. But the boundary is what's keeping them engaged here. Meteor M from Kitsune trying to shut it down. They do get it in the end there. Agamotto in response. Not going to be able to catch much of anything, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely block faded there by the likes of Usid. And Steel with a beautiful cloak fade there. Keeps Usid pushing forward. Garcia needs to be careful here. We'll see Goddess of Death come out from Spider-Bang. You'll see Eternal Bond as well. They'll walk with all of that damage. The chip from Spider-Bang on towards the corner. Usid have to fall back. 40 seconds now here with Swinburne taking up the space. They used a few ultimates, but it doesn't matter. They're playing for the time right now.
Playing for the time and ready to see if they can chime in with more. Hanakonshu opens the door and they trade back and forth here. Somebody's got to get ahead of this one though. Will it be Usid? Banhammer coming down. Could be exactly what they need. It is triple KO from Sky Dude. Fly high as you rise up to the next capture point and onwards towards the final stretch.
Yeah, a minute 40 for Usid on their final stretch here. In the first half of Midtown. We'll walk back. Higish has to walk all the way back because he didn't get the timing to swap spawns.
Yeah, they're going to be stuck in on a bit of a journey, aren't they, Tony?
Mm.
They'll be all right, maybe. Another fight ahead of us though, Zone, and they're going to be back on the Brainiac bound zone here. They've got it available, Eternal Bond as well, so they can activate pretty quickly here, you said. And here we go.
Yeah, the Brainiac bounce coming out from that dude Bacon. That's why they wanted Fantastic in the mix. Just for this ultimate alone, it does so much chip damage. Softens him up for Sky Dude to secure him with the Unks. And that dude Bacon's not done yet. Neither is Kitsune. Usid will continue to mount this pressure forward. Garcia's back, but he has nobody to help him. Olomio swapping to the Storm. It's getting desperate for Swinburne.
Yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher by the second here, Tony. And just like that, they will be able to get it over the top. So, well done to Usid. 33 seconds to spare. And now, it's Swinburne's time to shine on their own attacking side. Will they be able to match them like what we saw in our second series of the day, or will they get left behind?
It's a question, Matt. We've had 2-0s so far today. That last one didn't feel like a 2-0, though. It definitely felt like it went 3 maps just with how Midtown went. But this one, for the likes of Swinburne, some adaptations now being thought about. Spider-Bang to Punisher. Wouldn't be a bad call to make, especially having to deal with the Vanpool, having to deal with a Magneto.
Let's see what they can do, Tony. So we'll be taking it slow and steady. 32 seconds to go here.
30 seconds before you
Gonna
attack.
be
Get
waiting things out into this one. Preparing for battle. It's been interesting to see the capabilities enabled from the use of Rocket into this one. You know, really able to take them to grander heights than I initially thought there, especially playing into the BRBs. And Swinburne just haven't been able to really deal with it. You know, it's like when Swinburne do get a pick, it's just brought straight back no matter what.
Yeah, it feels like there's been a lot of answering KOs between these two teams in this one. Golmio for the Vanpool. So we're on a triple Vanguard on the attack from Swinburne into a Moon Knight. That's a crazy call to make. Kitsune already shuts down Golmio. That's a good pick for you, Sid, but still, mission vehicle moving forward. Root walls to try and isolate the Magneto. They'll be able to walk it out. For the moment, though, Spider-Bang getting a lot of damage out here with this Punisher rifle.
More going to be on its way as well. Tone Delta has gone down, so a decent starter from Lamau into this one. Let's see if they can get more over the top of this. Sky Dude, good to reach for the skies as well, utilizing the arcs there. And just going to continue to pressure them back into this one. Does have the Hand of Khonshu available now as well. They take a dangerous angle and will be able to wrangle through a KO. Good for Kitsune there, trying to see if they can force even more over the top of this one. And they just keep charging things up, Tony. Surely this fight's going to pop off soon.
And it's all coming to a boiling point. Eternal Bond available. Final Judgment with the Banhammer. Trying to shut down the cloak early. Trying to burn through that Eternal Bond, but it isn't going to be able to do anything. Turns attention to another target out of that Eternal Bond. We'll see Khonshu. We'll see Banhammer once again. Golem shut down for the second time. Double from that Dude Bacon. And that sends Swinburne packing.
Hacking and racking up KOs. So, going to be solid ways to push it forward into this one, Tony. And they don't overly commit too much either. Still have plenty of tools at their disposal there in both Strat Ultimate. And they've got their Meteor M available as well. But they might just need to activate one now with the Final Judgment enabled. Kitsune tries to shut it down with a Meteor. Unfortunately, does not succeed. But Usid are doing a great job playing angles here. That Tate's Gold Steel almost got KO'd there. Luckily, managed to get the next tick on their ultimate, or it could have been a very uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, great use of the corner there. Agamotto on top of everybody from Usid. KO with the Meteor potentially blocked there by the likes of Usid, but it's still all the KOs going towards Swinburne's favor. And they'll continue to push this one forward. Still seeing a ton of chip damage. Usid forced to walk back. They've got nothing to answer. Taste Cold Steel getting taken out. The rest of Usid now, they need to stop staggering these KOs if they want to try and stall this mission vehicle.
Need to do everything within their power here, Mr. Tony, and using the turret as well is going to enable them to keep on and keeping on with that pressure there, and they will get it. So nicely done to get that capture point over the top there. You know, it was a lot of hard work they had to put in order to get there, but at least they've managed to make it work in the end. Now, you said trying to play the angles once again here, see if they can stagger them out from getting any further momentum over the mission vehicle, but so far they aren't able to put them to a halt.
Oh my. Acrobatics from Lamau, and they'll get taken out. Spider-Bang with the shotgun. Meteor and the Final Judgment feels a bit over expenditure. And they'll also use the Khonshu. Usid using all their ultimates just to win this one fight. And Swinburne, they still have 3 minutes. They'll happily take that one. Great fight from Usid, all things considered, though.
So far, so good. And let's see if they can continue on a positive stroll here as they have to deal with Lunafra with the Eternal Bond available. Final Judgment as well could disrupt things, but already Sia going to be engaged. Maybe? Nope. Going to be waiting it out. Here we go. Jumping in to the battle. It's going to be taken in another notch, Tony. Double down and going to town.
Yeah, the bubble from Delta to just let Spider-Bang rip that Final Judgment. Even going to set up on the turret with a strange Seraphim shield there. Hard to answer if you use Sid. They do have 2 strategist ultimates at their disposal. The shotguns, the Desert Eagles coming out here from Lamau. They'll try and walk up. I imagine they'll use the Seer first, the combination. But we're seeing a Storm ultimate come through here. The Mega Hurricane on towards the backline of Usid. They need to be careful.
They are going to have to be extremely careful because otherwise they're faced with that. A great double down from Golomyo there, and looking to show even more prowess. It's interesting to see the change up onto the Storm here, but alas, it doesn't work out. Kitsune locks it out with the quad there, and now they got their team behind them, and they're looking to sit pretty.
Yeah, just what you thought, Swinburne. That's, you know, Storm ult that really sets them up to win that fight out. Gets shut down again. And one of these days, the Swinburne will get a clean fight and a clean push. Without Usid stopping them. Spider-Bang. Shotgun. At close range will take out Lamau. Quick KO, quick resurrection from the BRB. Skydude falls. They'll take up at the high ground here from Swimmer. They'll come behind you, Sid. And this is a great call to make because you, Sid, aren't expecting it. Eternal Bond into the Magneto Meteor M to try and track it, but they're able to get away. Final Judgment now coming out from that dude Bacon, letting that one fly and rip. Invisible Boundary, though, will keep everybody from Swimmer healthy. Spider-Man gets turned on out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting that one. And that's a quick KO secured here for you, Sid. They'll find another with a shotgun. Double from that dude Bacon.
Double down and ready to go to town with 3. Looking for more. Not going to be able to get it. They will get the job done as a team, though, Tony. So, huge work coming out from you, Sid. Portal over the top from Cassia. Is it going to be enough? It sure will be. Agamotto could be exactly what they need.
Agamotto, Final Judgment. And they'll turn it, they'll flip, and that is an immediate one from Skydude. Banhammer onto the Strange. Final Judgment coming through from Spider-Bang. Meteor is pulled, but it's not going to land where it wants to. Not where you, Sid, wants to either. It's a quad from Spider-Bang. Let that Judgment sing, and they'll let you, Sid, know about it. Just the Vanpool left, and they'll look to capture this mission vehicle. 33 seconds only for you, Sid, on their attack to close, and now a minute here and a half for Spider-Bang to continue to go forward.
Continue forward and ready to keep on going. Oh, no.
Oh, my.
Taste Cold Steel. That is an unfortunate movement there. It's already stuck between a rock and a hard place on that one. That is tough.
Yeah, very tough. Skydude, finding that initial engagement, you thought you said we're gonna turn that fight and stop this push. Honshu available. The Seer as well from Piggish. On the other side though, Golmio charging that ultimate of their own very quickly. Khonshu comes, but nothing of it. Just chip damage across the side.
Across the side and ready to glide ahead, above and beyond. That dude Bacon does have the Final Judgment available here, Tony, and they might need it with the Omega Hurricane here. Taking it slow and steady and trying to spin it over the top turn. They're zoning him out. It could be great. Banhammer from Lamau. Was it the right time, though? I'm not so sure, but at least you said still got that Seer, still got that Final Judgment, and that could be exactly what they need to get it over the line.
Yeah, as this mission vehicle rounds the corner, they'll need those ultimates. And they'll take out that dude Bacon. He'll come back, but the revive is failed. They don't have the Final Judgment to play with. They'll have to use the Seer, the Eternal Bond as well, from both sides, just to stabilize this fight in their favor. But Seer is keeping Usid up and keeping the damage numbers healthy. That dude Bacon will walk out of spawn. He'll try and fly with that Final Judgment. But we've already seen one from Spider-Bang, traded 1-for-1. KO's on from afar here from that dude Bacon. Boundary will keep Swinburne up. You said they're not getting anything out of that Judgment now. Swinburne are able to stabilize, and they can still fight for this.
Still fight. Meteor M coming out from USID as well. Got to worry about Cassia with the Eye of Agamotto. Could be exactly what they need, but no, it's going to be USID exploding into place on this one. Managing to slice and dice their way through. Spider-Man going to be able to get back on the Spider-Man there. Trying to do the best they can to stall. Too little, too late. It's out the gate. It's going to be USID holding it down on defense.
Good lord, there, Swinburne almost there. Some adaptations, a storm pick from Golem. I've heard, rumor is he's the Loki guy. And that dude Bacon, this Punisher. I thought it was lights out. I thought we were gonna go to OT when that dude Bacon got taken out first there. As they were rounding the corner, I was like, all right, Swinburne, this might be the push that they need. And then thankfully he's able to come back. 41 eliminations, 45k from that dude Bacon. Some great play as well. Lamau on the Vanpool really, really impressed me there. Some great juggling of the bouncers there from that Vanpool. And what a game from you, Sid, Matt.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there, Tony. Huge stuff coming through from them. Swinburne doing amazing work as well. Spider-Bang had 21 finals, so huge work coming through there and more to come through the season, I'm sure. But for now, Tony, while we get things set up for our next one, we're going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series. Matty, Tap Tony coming at you once again with another series. It's going to be the Raw, UNSW Raw, taking on RMIT Black. They're back, and in a big way. We've seen these teams before, and we're going to see them all over again, Tony. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, we've seen both of these rosters. We'll check them out and we'll read them off for you. UNSW Raw, it is Frost, Runk, Lick, Resh, Nuva, and Riri. For the side of RMIT Black, it's Air Ninja, Netra, Smiles, Enforced, Toogsy, and Gillies. A lot of familiar faces, especially as well if you're a competitive watcher, you know, an Ignite viewer, MRC viewer. These are a lot of interesting names as we'll go into this first one. Burn and T'Challa domination to kick off what is a really hot match for tonight, Matt.
Couldn't agree more, Tony. And look at this. Already starting off strong with our Gambit bands here. So, first Protect likely to be Mantis or Elsa. But no, it's going to be Vanpool locked in for RMIT Black here. They have a focus over that one, and that does disengage the Mantis. So, full strategist focus into this one, and they will be able to lock down the Mantis for themselves.
Yeah, Mantis here for UNSW. For the side of RMIT Black, they identify that they probably need to get rid of the Elsa. Locking in the Vanpool is not a bad call, not a bad shout, considering the fact that they've got Smiles and Ninja, probably the Vanguard players here for RMIT, but we've seen some crazy things. We've seen some off-rolling as well from a lot of the, I guess, seasoned veterans here in the university competition. We'll see Elsa banned. So no Elsa here for either side. Respectable. Invis getting taken out of the pool too. Matt, pretty stock standard ban, so I was going to say there's nothing crazy going on here.
Yeah, nothing crazy going on here, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, we've got a lot of professional players across both of these rosters, so definitely makes sense the areas of focus. And good to see that, you know, Netra and Air Ninja are on the RMIT Black roster, considering, you know, they play on other teams together as well, those who know. But we are getting another ban through. It is going to be a Loki for RMIT Black into this one. One last Protect, and who's it going to be?
What is it gonna be? That's a hard answer for you, Matt. Phoenix? Invis. Yeah, I was like, Phoenix probably not the call here. Yeah, Invis or RMIT. Yeah, Strange team up, of course, because Strange is probably still gonna get let through here. I don't think UNSW go for a Strange ban. That'd be absurd. Phoenix also. Yeah, Diabolical would be insane. Yeah, Phoenix. Daredevil's still up. If either of these two teams have a Daredevil player.
Ooh. And I think something might have been forgotten there, Tony, because you notice what Runk has automatically gone to. Jeff. What's Runk known for in a lot of his play? Jeff. And I'm very eager to see a Runk run it back on that Jeff there. And one of the same, Nuva, going to be bringing out the Psylocke. So Psylocke's been coming back in a big way into this season in particular. You know, we saw a lot of prevalence a few seasons ago, and now Psylocke is back. So, great to see Psylocke on track here, and you're going to see how things go on the rest of the endeavors as well, Tone, as we look to hone in on this one, focus up, and ooh.
Wait, can we go to that petty? Observer, can we go to that petty? I want to see the lineups. I'm assuming that's what he's going for. Yeah, unless he's just kind of checking out the scene. No, lineups, yep.
Yeah, they're looking at lineups.
Lineup from Frost as well. Okay, they're going for the team up.
Portal play, perhaps. Pull him into the mines. Or maybe not. No, it's long distance. It's long distance. Yeah.
This is a setup here from Resh. I like that.
Might catch Smiles off guard.
Sorry, I just read call. Odie Prudence, our lovely observer, thank you for showing us those mines. Unfortunately, for UNSW, the setup doesn't do anything for them.
Not this time around, you know. It was the setup that made all the difference, but the execution unfortunately not hitting the mark there. Regardless, we are going to be pushing over to the mission area nice and early, and it's going to be Smiles on his staple Captain America here, trying to lead the charge for their team, but it's UNSW barging in a big way. Double KO, Nuva is ready.
Oh my word, very ready there. Damage amp as well from Lick. UNSW coming out to a roar to start it off here. As well, Smiles on towards the Captain America. This is like a weird half dive composition here, right? Because we have the Hella. We do have Toogsy as well on the Psylocke. So Smiles is trying to direct the path forward here for RMIT Black. UNSW very scattered on how they're playing. Frost up on the high ground here with the Vanpool. He's backed up by the Psylocke and Lick as well. So playing away from the point a little bit here from UNSW. Raw, I kind of respect that.
Yeah, kind of respect that, and eager to see if they can garner some further respect into this one. They dive straight towards the strategist there. I love the focus coming through from Smiles onto that one, and Riri will go down eventually. So, great work from Netra. It's Jeff going out from Air Ninja as well. Maybe we're going to focus down some of the back line of this one. Oh, not going to catch anybody. Runk, though, matches it. It's Jeff for Jeff.
Jeff for Jeff. And he'll get one. He'll get the invis. Maybe looking for the takeoff there, but yeah, just going to kidnap the invis, keep her, spit her out towards her spawn. So good guy Rump, letting the invis not get KO'd there.
Yeah, looking to disengage them from the fight. It's
yeah.
Friendly delivery, I suppose. Yeah. Interesting. But you know what? It's great. It forces them out of position and keeps UNSW Raw in the lead so they can get the terrain broken down and really cut off the lines of sight for RMIT Black here.
Yeah, we've got a ton of ultimates as well starting to build. All Resurgence and Eternal Bond. Running lines of sight, and they'll go for the dance of the butterfly towards the backside with the Vanpool piling on. That's so much upfront damage that RMIT can't answer. Psylocke and the Jeff are down. And now we'll see Result Resurgence from Lick, and we'll see what they can do with it. Trying to get some damage out, and OT will tick. UNSW Raw committed so many members to the high ground that they have to turn around and stop this cap from coming in sneakily from Netra. They'll shut down Gillies on the invis too. RMIT Black will get the portal off, and they will be able to get out, Matt, just in time.
Yeah, getting out just in time, and we'll prime up. Going to be happy with that one. Take it away. Warrior Falls to start off, and now we move on to take to the Stellar Spaceport, Tony. Let's see who's going to fly away with this one.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. RMIT Black. We saw a few change-ups here. Smiles to the Loki, of all things.
My goodness. That's different from Smiles. I would have thought it would have been the Torch, Tony.
Is this Frowns? Might be Frowns.
It could be Tree Lover.
Tree Lover. That's true.
Yeah.
Tree Lover or Frowns. I don't think this is Smiles. Oh, okay. No, back to
There's
Strange.
Smiles.
Yeah, there's Smiles. He's back. It was interesting looking at this team before we got into this, and I'm like, okay, a lot of Vanguard players for RMIT Black, so one of them, having to probably off-roll here, and Ninja doing his best for the moment. They're going to go for the Loki invis, so good copy on the boundary could come out here from RMIT. UNSW Raw, though. A lot of ultimates still in their back pockets if it gets a little bit dicey.
It gets a bit dicey and spicy. At least they've got that to rely upon. Netra almost getting put down to puny banner form there. Luckily, we'll be able to get healed back up so they can stay in the fight a little bit longer. Dance of the Cotterfly going to be coming through from Toogsy, though, and they do shut down Lick. So that's a great start. Runk matching it with its Jeff as well. Special delivery. Straight to the other side of the mission area. Smiles is fine, so they're not going to be too stressed about that at all. But let's see if they can manage to get something further from this. Here we go. Going to be the Banhammer coming down already. We're going to see if they can shut things down. The Lamp's coming out as well, keeping them in the fight a little longer. Nuva, though, will catch it if forced there. Nice and good.
Yeah, nobody's cut this mission area yet. No, we'll see Netra sedates a beautiful sleep there from Lick. RMIT Black, they're bleeding members slowly here, running out of players possibilities to try and capture this mission area, and it will finally unlock, and it will go to our UNSW Raw, RMIT Black. Well, let's get an exile for the moment. That's the power, I guess, of bringing this Hulk to play, right? You play it in the place of a Mantis to try and get those exiles, try and snipe out a target and isolate a fight there. But UNSW, again, look at how much space they're taking up. 2 over towards the left-hand side, 2 over towards the right-hand side of main as well. This is hard for RMIT to really answer, unless they just kind of turn and burn one of these angles. They're just going to be stuck.
They're going to be stuck in place, trying desperately to claw some space, and let's see if they can do it right now. Rez looking to reach up right now. It's going to be Dance to the Butterfly shutting down, and Ninja Boundary coming up. Got us to death from a Vorst as well, trying to see if they can push through it. Good focus on the Runk there, but they managed to get into the beam there of 17. Riri with Eternal Bond on the line, and Gillies will go down as well. So RMIT Black doing a great job to contest the mission area. Going to be the Bandhammer coming down as well, but no one going to be going down with it because Nuva is just too powerful.
Yeah, Nuva's too hard to deal with. Just with the help of Lick, damage boosting him a ton here. We're going to be seeing the copy on the Seer out of Air Ninja. As they'll try and walk up from RMIT Black, but it's Jeff coming across to swallow up his Vanguards to keep them safe. Maybe, I don't know. Runk having a little bit of fun because he gets to play Jeff, and Soul Resurgence here for Lick. And fights traded 1-for-1, and Vorst able to find one at least back on a Nuva there. That's what you want to see out of the Hella. Really able to answer that Psylocke right now. Vanpool from Frost able to secure one back. And we'll try and chase Lick. Is onto Air Ninja. It's personal against these strategists. You'll see Rocket sedate him, tap him, and probably try and get out because might not be best spot to be in as a Mantis.
Yeah, it's definitely looking to make it much more difficult, isn't it? Tuzi going down, Smiles bringing it up with the Agamotto. Doesn't get too much value from it there, so just going to be stuck in place. The space getting cleared up, player after player, layer after layer for UNSW Raw here as they shut them down to a full halt. No one there to contest, and that is map 1, Tony, over and out.
Yeah, that was some domination from UNSW Raw. Just, I feel like the advantage came across just from Bandraft alone. I don't think RMIT did anything fundamentally wrong. They played how well they could with the fact that they've got a Psylocke damage boosted running around and absolutely carving up with those Dance of the Butterflies. Nuva, very impressive performance here. And for UNSW Raw, long start here, and it's going to be RMIT having to probably adapt here in the Bandraft going into this next one.
Yeah, gonna have to adapt and overcome into this one, because if they don't, then they're just gonna get left behind. I mean, UNSW Raw, you know, they just approached this with such ferocity. It was just so devastating coming through from them there. And, you know, I think Lick gonna be happy to have some competitive spirit against their Vulcan Red teammates there. So, gonna be, you know, having a bit of fun against Netra and Air Ninja. Love to see it. But definitely keen to see what the second map looks like as well, Tony. You know, I think we've got a lot of prowess that we're going to be flushing through into this second map.
Yeah, potentially could be seeing the Gambit slip in the priority a little bit. Maybe Mantis now a little bit of a higher target here. It's interesting looking at this one, and as we said, you know, a lot of competitive players, a lot of pro players here for both of these universities, and it just, you can already see it in the band draft. It's super, super serious. Like, they're all having fun, right? Air Ninja's on Jeff. He's probably having the time of his life. Link gets to play Mantis. He's having the time of his life. But yeah, it looks like this is like a game for keeps, just looking at the band drafts alone.
Yeah, they're having a great time, and it looks like we know exactly where they're going next. It's a Midtown. We're straight into the draft here, everybody, and looks like our first band could be locked onto the Gambit, so probably just going to mirror the beginning of our first series there. Focus can push towards the Mantis again, maybe, but, I mean, they protected out the Vanpool last time, so I'm curious which direction they go here. They've got to change it up, surely.
Yeah, this feels like RMIT need an answer. Is there a possibility?
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, a possibility where they go to the Phoenix, right? Because that was kind of banned from last minute. Like, it was the one that came through at the end. Mantis ban. It's a Mantis pick, I imagine, here for UNSW. They're not going to make me eat my words. They're definitely going to lock the Mantis in. And for UNSW Raw, again, Lick gets to play Mantis.
Yeah, definitely not going to be a good thing if you're on the RMIT Black side, Tony, because if Lick's on that Mantis, you've already seen the prowess that they have on that hero. But RMIT Black, they're at least going to be banning out some of the powerful heroes. You know, they've managed to take away not just Gambit, they've got Vanpool and Invis here. But UNSW Raw might have a single-handed Elsa if they choose to lock it in here.
Yeah, they might get it through. Might be a sneaky one to bring to the table. I imagine any of these UNSW role players are pretty capable in playing Elsa, so yeah. Ooh, they're gonna match Phoenix with Phoenix.
All right.
Okay. Elsa,
I know your game.
not a prio.
Not today, Tony, but maybe tomorrow. One more ban to come through from both sides, though. RMIT, what are they locking in here? Is it going to be Loki taken away? Is it going to be something else entirely? Oh, it's looking like Loki.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, yeah, smart call. It has to be Loki, right? You can't allow any more value out of Lick already getting that Mantis pick through. RMIT. It's a lot of questions. What do they opt to bring? Invis. Yeah, okay. So a kind of a standard line here from both sides. Not expecting Phoenix to be a prio. For UNSW, I feel like they've kind of got what they want, right? We get the Mantis. They don't really have to ban anything, but yeah, Vanpool, pretty strong character. Why not? Crazy that we're seeing a double Phoenix lock. Maybe a Vorst. That was maybe like a read from UNSW in that last one. They know that Vorst loves to play Phoenix, so they took it out of the table. But this time it's on the cards here for RMIT. So let's see what let's see what it can do, man.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how they put this one into play here, Tony. I like the fact that Frost is hovering over the Angela as well, because we've seen a lot of potential come out from Frost onto that hero in particular in other endeavors. So, need to see how they play into it this time. We do have Netra and Air Ninja bringing out the Symbiotic Shenanigans team up as well, Tony. So this is great to see that Jeff and Venom put into play this time, and I'm curious if UNSW Raw might eventually look to match that.
I might. So I was gonna say UNSW have a lot of players that can play a lot of different things. So if they want an ego match, they could probably look to go for it. But Psylocke for both sides, as you said, coming back recently. Psylocke, an interesting one. It was more, I guess, to kind of play into the neutral a little bit more. Psylocke, one of those characters that can dish out a lot of chip damage. If you're able to get close enough, could be a quick KO secure and really kind of turn a fight in your favor early on here. We're off to the start of mid down, and it will be Rudy Faresh that is pretty good at these choke heavy holds.
Pretty good to lock things down in the space there, and Frost is looking to get some players out of space and into the back line. Not going to be able to secure the first catch there, but going to see if they can go for a second innings onto this one. So far, though, they're really elevating the damage on RMIT Black. Like, they aren't getting charged back up in the healing department there, so they're just being forced all the way straight back towards spawn at this point, and Nuva's loving it. You know, they're just bouncing around those spawn doors and just locking in so much damage.
Just getting in a ton of chip. And then actually using this, like, corner wall very well. Resh using the group wall is pretty good on that corner wall, but the rest of them, like, falling back, letting the space come to them naturally. Netra has swapped over to the cap, so RMIT want to throw some hands with the likes of UNSW Raw. They'll also go to the White Fox. Some great balls here, potentially to answer the neutral game that UNSW have been playing.
What a
Ooh.
disgusting combination coming through
Oh.
there. Into the strangling prison, they bring the dance to the butterfly, and it ends up with a penta KO. Amazing work coming out from Rez and Nuva there to lock things down for a while longer and build up so much time. But speaking of things building up, Tony, RMIT Black are almost built up to a ton of ults right now. This could blow up real fast.
Yeah, Kubio and Song Inferno. Boundary as well for Air Ninja. And again, I have the Jeff here for UNSW Raw, so they're going to be playing back. It's Jeff time, going to be coming out here, and this might be a good one to use. But unfortunately, pops it on the height. Oh man, that's a fumble from Runk. Not what you see every day. Normally, Runk's a pretty solid Jeff player, but a rough one to lose there. They'll use the Soul Resurgence. Invisible Battery in return, but it is going to be a quick double KO setup here from UNSW. They will also sleep a player in the back, not really able to do all too much. Patty cake here for the rest of the strategists now for UNSW Raw. But they're getting sent a little bit further back than they probably would like. Smiles and Netra controlling a ton of their space.
Doing a great job so far, but will be punished by the walls there, cutting off the line of sight and the healing with it. Netra going to be able to keep things in motion with the freedom charge though, barging ahead of this one and trying to do whatever they can here. Good diving strike coming through there. Fearless Leap is going to be jumping into action and ready to get more traction. It's going to be Heaven's Retribution though, locking him in place. Meteor M to follow. Smiles will not be able to lock it down.
And not able to land that one. It's going to be Frowns right now, and it will be Smiles, though, at least able to find Nuba. That's the butterfly here from Tugzi. Resh, again, just taking a page out of RMIT's book. We saw Netra and Smiles control the space. Retra with this brute. Resh able to just kind of walk up, and with the fact that he's got 3 strategists, he feels so much pressure off of his shoulders to just kind of walk up and take that space. RMIT and Song Inferno's up, and they need to find something now. They're bleeding out clock right now, only 10 seconds left.
Final 10 seconds, and will they get it through? Nuva once again on to the dance of the butterfly, straight into the strategist lineup there, and they're looking to lock it down inside the boundary, but will not be able to get the damage over the top. Yeah, utilize their cover to slip away into the healing pack there, and the OT timer is only working out for UNSW here. RMIT Black looking disjointed, trying to stall out the card onto this one, but it's just going to be too little, too late. Kubio unleashed it to at least delay a little bit longer, Tony, but it could be too little, too late. But Smiles is back.
Yeah, Smiles is back with the portal. UNSW Raw. They weren't able to stop that Kubio, but they are going to push him off the mission area. Nobody else comes out because all the space is being blocked. Perfectly played there from the Angela of UNSW Raw. And that is going to be only 88 meters. Matt, UNSW Raw, this is theirs for the taking. 86, sorry.
0.78. What a
0.78.
way to push through with distance there. So, going to be a tough one to defend, to say the least. But you know what? I admire the spirit, the energy from a team like RMIT Black. So, I'm going to put my belief in them here, Tony. I think that they can give it the best that they can. And UNSW Raw are going to be doing the exact same here and looking to bring the pain as they make a entire switch up almost, Tony. I kind of like what we're seeing here. You know, we've got the Emma Frost coming out into the Captain America. Not going to happen, though. I'm lying. It's strange. But it is going to be Nuva on that Punisher, and I think that that's really going to enable them to just really push through with such tremendous force, especially if they build up earlier than that final judgment, right? Because there's not too much that they can use to stop that in place. Like, RMIT Black, realistically, might be forced to change up to a Magneto early just to get a Meteor M to try and deal with this.
Yeah. RMIT are also going to change tune here. We're going to be seeing Netra, Venom, Tugzi, the Daredevil. That I was hoping to see, right? He got let through band drop both times, and you know, Daredevil's a pretty strong character, especially with how prevalent dive meta is at the moment. UNSW Raw, though, as well. Lick off of the Mantis is a thing to note. Normally, we just kind of see him rock with the Mantis as we saw throughout that whole last game. Now this one, onto the White Fox, showing a little bit more prevalence here. with some of the dive-heavy strategists as well. He's going to be Daredevil chasing down Lick, and he's going to try and fight him up on top there. Tooksy will be able to find Lick, but in the meantime, UNSW Raw are finding space, already 58 meters taking. RMIT Black are a little bit distracted right now.
And that distraction is paying big dividends for UNSW Raw because they keep clawing space on the mission vehicle. RMIT Black are desperately trying to hold on to space here. Smiles, big maelstrom, shuts down 7 and Riri, one in the same, a victim of their own making. Rez gets it done with Frost there. Everybody is laid to waste, and that will be game, set, and match in favor of UNSW Raw.
UNSW. No bark, man. It's a big Raw. That was a big series out of them. Very dominant throughout the whole thing. And you know, I look at that team up here. I'm like, how many more pro players do UNSW have? Like, how many guys at UNSW are pro players, man? It feels crazy to look at that one. But yeah, what a game out of UNSW Raw. Of course, a few of them off rolling and still showing some good form. RMIT. You know, there was some moments of brilliance there. Some good portal play from Smiles. And unfortunately, just couldn't quite get it across the line. Toogsy, I saw some moments as well there on that Psylocke. Hopefully, we can see RMIT build as the season progresses, Matt. Because as we saw from them last semester, they're one of those teams that maybe not the hottest of starts, but can definitely build to some success.
Yeah, slow and steady, you know. But they may be looking to warm into it as the season progresses. But speaking of progresses, we are going to be moving on to our last series right on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. Matsy and to that Tony coming at you with our last series of the night. It's going to be none other than UTS taking on a QUT. Ready to break free into this one, Tony, as we jump straight into our rosters.
Yeah, we got some exciting rosters for you, UTS. It's Mickey, Washed, Soon, Hugo, Jay Sune, Anthony. For the side of QUT, Juicy, Ashtrays, Arodettes, Talisman, Zymarian, and Gryffindor. Some familiar faces, Matt from QUT, as well as some familiar faces from UTS. We'll get into it. Krakoa Domination for the first one. And we're already seeing some interesting usernames. I was going to say, I was expecting that one from Anthony. That is Anthony, of course, covering the Daredevil. But yeah, Gambit taken away immediately by both sides.
Yeah, great start, and it does enable the immediate Elsa Protect coming through there. So far, so good, and let's see what the next ban will be. Likely Mantis, but they could take it to Vanpool as well. We've seen a lot of shifted focus around this secondary ban here, as well as the next Protect alongside it, and it is going to be Vanpool this time around, focus for UTS.
Yeah, Vanpool taken out. UTS, of course, like our last two teams, a lot of competitive experience on this team. You know, Mickey, Jay Sune, Anthony as well, all kind of playing in that MRC, MRI qualification. And yeah, they know pretty well that Elsa's probably pretty good. So they're both going to go for Elsa. Mantis ban here from QUT. They probably take a note from that last series and like, yeah, we don't want to have to deal with that.
No. We don't want to deal with that at all, Tony. But what we are going to deal with is two more bans right now. It's AGON and Invis. So double strategist focus all the same. And now it's time for another Protect.
Yeah, we'll see what they can bring here for UTS. Still a lot of great picks left up. Mantis, of course, being banned out by QUT. So I can't imagine Loki's probably a high prio here for UTS. Ultron. That's a cool one. I like that. I believe as well, we've seen Ultron from UTS previously, going back to last semester and the semester before. UTS is one of those teams that really likes to play Ultron, so feels fitting that they locked that one through here.
And it's great that we're seeing a little bit of focus on that, considering it has actually shifted back into the meta a little bit, especially on those triple strategist compositions. So you'd expect that would be coming out from a UTS into this one, considering it's back in favor right now. But speaking of in favor, what's going to be out of favor is one more ban for UTS into this one. Let's see how they will fare with this. What will they take out of it? Will it be something else entirely? Could it be another strategist? A duelist? It all comes down to this. It's Rogue. Disengage.
Ooh. Yeah, okay, Rogue. Ban there from QUT, even after the Gambit bans have come through. Maybe they just want to deal with it. Rogue, very good in the neutral, very good at kind of pinning down targets, isolating fights. QUT, they waste no time though. We see the tried and trusted duelist combination potentially here. Juicy and Talisman locking in the Daredevil Elsa. And, well, Loki is available too. Just showing that one off. UTS, a lot of other compositions they can bring to the table. Mickey thinking about the White Fox. Jay Sune going to be maybe on the Star-Lord. Dive heavy for UTS. I kind of like this.
I like it a lot. And let's see how we fare heading in to the game ahead of us. UTS, prepare for battle. QUT, one and the same, and very eager to take aim at this one. It's going to be a fun game ahead of us, Tony. I can't wait to see who will take away victory. But for now, we prepare for battle. Let's see how things rattle up. Ooh, Thorny. Going to be hovering over the Iron Fist there. Thought about it. Back on the DD here. We got Juicy on the Elsa. The Talisman on the DD. So a lot of terrifying picks coming through here, Tony. But I'm very eager to see who's going to be able to enable themselves to kick off.
Yeah, Hulk for both sides too. I kind of like matching Hulk for Hulk if you're the likes of QUT, especially with the fact that they've got that Elsa. They can probably deal with the Hulk a little bit easier. As we'll get off to the races here. Mission area to unlock in just a little bit. They spot Juicy up on the higher ground, but flies through undetected after already getting found there. Jay Sune, at least able to trade out onto Rexy. Some shots coming through as well. Sune not letting up here. The pressure coming through from Soon as well on this Venom. We saw it from UTS last semester. Soon's Venom, always one to watch for. And will be a quick mission cap here for UTS, fighting in front of QUT and winning that one out.
Gonna be winning it out, and we're gonna see if they can manage to take more than just a win, but some more presence over this one. Take it slow. Good damage from Mickey there. Just gonna hold it back for the time being. Soon looking for the dive here. Here it is, diving strike right around the back, a big focus, but the Sedash, or the Hulk rather, gets the Exile through and locks him down for a sec.
Yeah, locks him down. Anthony able to get out of there. Washed Unk able to pick one up on the Talisman. Luna also has to be careful. Juicy, Griffin Doge, they'll secure themselves some KOs. Now the fight's swaying into the way of QUT. Not too much percentage built up here for UTS. They might have peaked a little bit too early. They'll chase on the Luna to try and stagger that KO out. Picked up by Juicy, and a shot on a Hugo on the fadeaway. QUT cap the point, and they'll flip it back.
Flip it back and ready to counterattack here. Juicy gonna be ready and waiting as well. Apex, a Predator, ready to be enabled here, and it could be exactly the presence they need in order to shut UTS out. You know, they get that single line engagement and is sailing away, but Feast of the Abyss round the back could actually lock him out here. Zymer in a bit of trouble, does get shot down. Hulk smash going out from Ash there. Trying to see if they can head in for a clash. Big Fists of Fury pushing in. A Washed goes down, and they're looking for more. Mickey in trouble. Sune bites back. Kumiho unleashed, one and the same. It's the Galactic Legend. Gonna be able to shut them straight down, Tony, but they're not out yet. Here we go.
Not out yet. Still the Hulk on the mission area. They push him off. Go to Tiny Banner form, and will be dealt with quite quickly. UTS, I like that combination though of the Kumio and the Galactic Legend. All the focus gets drawn to Mickey. That allows Sune to just kind of get everybody that's quite low or maybe tagged up there from Mickey on the Kumio. Now for QUT, one back for space here. Great kind of off-angle high ground being caught here, and that is the Apex Predator going out from Anthony. And that will be Juicy taking out. Trade 1-for-1 there. 2-for-1. We'll take the specialty UTS. Great fight.
Great fight, and there's going to be more where that came from, Tony. They look to zone themselves out of this one. Take it slow and steady. Good exile onto the opposing Hulk as well. Try and lock them out of place. They're back down to Puny Banner now. And we're going to put a spanner in the works. They've caught Juicy between a rock and a hard place. Big burst from Sune as well. Getting away with it.
On the point, though.
Looking for more.
Yeah, looking for more. Yeah, the back cap. I was like, looking for more, but the point's being capped here. Talisman with the Daredevil will get the percentage back here. Will be quelled and dealt with quite quickly. UTS, they will capture the point back. Juicy, oh my word, fighting Anthony. Up in air, trying to portal back. The Hulk touches. We're still going, and the glove shocks the Apex Predator here. Juicy trying to pull him away. Ash trace finds Sune, and all of a sudden UTS now they're scrambled. Fate of both worlds here from Washed Unk to try and stabilize.
Trying to destabilize and see if Hulk Smash will be able to allow them to clash through it. Feast of the Abyss going to be out of the front here. Soon going to be shut down immediately. The Devil's coming out as well now. The Talisman ready to smash and clash them down. Trying to find the opposing Elsa. See you later, Anthony. And gonna be more where that came from. A great work from QUT there, pressuring their way forward at long last.
Yeah, what a flip. Talisman touches to QUT, expending it into more percentage. 99 for UTS, and they got a little bit too greedy, Matt. That's the unfortunate thing. You get into spawn, you get that far forward, you're tunnel visioned, and you don't think the back cap's coming. UTS will come out that right side portal. Looking for a big exile here. We'll see the Kumio from Mickey into the Apex Predator. Agamotto coming across, stunning up UTS. And it will be a quick secured KO there from Mickey.
It's Mickey time on this one, and it will be UTS in prime time and getting KO after KO. Hugo, enjoy the show as they get the triple KO, and away we go. What a well contested first capture point there, Tony, but eventually it must be captured, and it will be Cradle locked in and onwards and upwards to the carousel.
Over to the carousel, and UTS, I feel like they almost let that one slip. You know, getting pretty close to 95%. I believe it was 90 at the end of things for QUT. And yeah, I guess a little bit more attention towards that back cap next time here for UTS.
Yeah.
They'll be happy to take that first point. UT not really changing anything all too much. We saw UTS swap over Anthony to the Elsa. They're looking to maybe ego match here with Juicy. Juicy, a very competent Elsa player as well. So yeah, this might be up to how these Apex Predators work here in these next few engagements.
Yeah, it could make or break the fights, right? And Juicy's the closest one to it as well at 80% right now, comparable to Anthony's 34% there. So going to be a bit troublesome for them. Let's see if they are going to be able to take full advantage of it, though, early. Because right now, they're just stuck in the neutral game until Juicy is able to lock it down. A mission area unlock in 15 as well. So there's a bit of time to build some charge here, you know, become your batteries, if you will, before you get your clash underway. Speaking of, good sedation coming through soon. In big trouble, gets immediate punish there. Great trade under the opposing Vanguard, though.
Yeah, great trade. Oh, there's the Apex Predator immediately turned to burn here. UT have brought the Ultron to play with the Mantis, so this is a very aggressive composition from QUT. It does offer them a lot more front-end damage. That's why we saw Soon get chunked down a HP. Talisman going to be kept online there by Rexy, but Rexy's a little bit too far forward. Rage of Ultron coming out, but Anthony going to shut it down with the help of Jaysune. So much chip damage softened up and take it out. It's UTS. They're clean wiping that point.
Clean wipe, and going to be able to take a charge over this one. They will be the kings of the mission area for the moment. Now time to go back to Hulk form. Hugo ready to see if they can push and go on this one. Jump straight into it. Great exile. Stops the opposing Hulk in place, but Hulk smash going to be enabled now. Disables the freeze as well. That could be a problem. Wash now getting immediately punished. Going to be the Apex Predator coming out there, but it doesn't do much at all, Tony. Kumio Unleashed. They're desperate to hold on to this percentage right now, but I mean, it only trickles through a tiny bit.
Yeah, that percentage doesn't build too fast. UTS stopped at about 40. And QUT finding their footing. Now we'll have Apex Predator again for this next fight for Juicy. We'll see. Hulk versus Venom. It's a battle of chip damage, right? I was going to say Venom and Hulk, they don't do a whole lot to each other. Very tanky Vanguards to deal with. See Apex Predator from Juicy trying to pull somebody in. They'll take out Mickey early. UTS, that's one of their strategists down. The healing's a little bit less. That means QUT are able to win that one outright.
Yeah, should be able to win it outright and should be able to shine a bright onto this one. Let's see what they can do here now, Tony. QUT hold back, hold firm. Oh, you can hear those teleports though. They're looking to take things to a different angle here. We try and strangle ahead onto this one. The exile not going to be enabled. Does get blocked by the Seraphim shield there. Trap in place. And here's that Hulk smash. Tony ready for another clash.
Yeah, ready for another clash. It is going to be Hugo trying to pave a way through for UTS to capture that point. And they've got so many members on, but AGON comes across here from QUT. They'll find Mickey once again on the initial engagement, but it's Soon with the Feast of the Abyss to find 3. Jaysune will find Griffin Doge, and it is Anthony to take out the other 2. UTS with that big fight from Soon.
Big fight and not ready to turn out the light here. They take it slow, waiting for the flow. You can hear those teleports again. They're taking things to the high ground here. Ooh, could be caught out by Jaysune though. They're being a bit sneaky. Look at this. All Galactic Legend, immediate target onto the Ultron there, but it's going to be the invisible boundary keeping them in place there. Really solid reaction from Rexy42, I gotta say.
Yeah, really good reaction. We're going to be seeing the UTS side try to stabilize here because they've captured the point. They're going to 80. Rage of Ultron with the whole smash coming through, and Talisman is gliding on. Now trying to find this Luna. Will find the Apex Predator pick up, and it's Ashtrays or a collection Vanguard for Vanguard. They'll trade tit for tat. Now Mickey is just trying to find Juicy, maybe find something to stabilize his fight back, and feel like UTS didn't get clean swept there.
Yeah, gonna be a tough one for them, isn't it, Tony? But Juicy gonna be happy with that KO onto Mickey there. Does shut them down for the moment. I like how Mickey's switched to Jeff as well. They have a bit more mobility to get back into the fight and have that symbiotic shenanigans team up. Oh, Anthony getting shut down though is not ideal for the UTS side. They need as many pieces as they can get. Let's see. They will be able to face it or be faced with regret as Jaysune goes down slowly but surely. They're getting staggered here, Tony. Washed is out of here as well. QUT building it up, locking it in. Diving strike. Going to be able to strike firm into this one. Not going to be able to squirm past with the KO though. Mickey is out of town as well, Tony. Everything's going from bad to worse in this one for UTS.
And overtime sticking down. Will they be able to charge Jaysune? At least for the moment with his Hulk, Hugo Edward in kind. They are trying to deal with his Hulk, they'll exile. But still getting healing from the Lunar Snow and still up. 300 HP down to 91. Hugo will be Tiny Bruce. And off for the point, QUC will cap. And we go to the third, Matt.
Yeah, we're going to the third and final objective here. The Grove is ready and waiting, Tony. And I'm so keen to skate our way into this one. All team-ups all day. Gonna be good, good, good. And let's see who's gonna be able to showcase their prowess, their presence into this next portion of the map, Tony. Both these teams are showing so much competitiveness.
Famous pop star, right?
Yeah, very competitive between these two teams. Expected, right? We said out of that last game, a lot of pro players. UTS, UT is a lot of pro players in the mix. And yeah, I'm liking this. You know, this is the action that we expected from day one of the University League. A ton of familiar faces, a few new ones that could shock and stun and wow. The UTS, they've been shocked and stunned out of that second point. They felt like it was theirs for the taking. Just kind of a few unfortunate wipes. And QT were able to come out on top here. Mission area unlocks in 20 seconds. The initial engagement has to be won to keep that confidence probably for the side of UTS.
Here we go. Rage of Ultron going to be coming through from the Talisman here. Ready and waiting. Trying to land ahead of this one, but they will not be able to get much value at all. Their team already going to be falling down. Juicy, though, does trade back. One in the same from Anthony. Hulk Smash coming out from Ash here, ready and waiting. See if they can push their way further into it. I like the stall from Griffin onto this one. They hold firm. Mickey, luckily escapes, though. So we'll be able to get the job done. Oh, Mickey! Not going to be so fortunate this time. Ash will be able to shut them down. And looking for more, but it's Jaysune time, Tony! Legendary!
Galactic Legend from Jaysune. He's getting pinned out by the Hulk. Ashtrays has stunned on this Hulk all throughout it so far. They'll walk up with the fate of both worlds and Hulk smash their own UTS, though. They're down a member. They're down a pivotal member. Jaysune's a lot of their damage right now. Anthony's going to have to go crazy. Trucks here. Apex Predator from Juicy to pull them in for the pin. We'll see Kumio from Mickey. It will do a ton of damage, but everybody here for the side of UTS, they group up and they are going to get AGON motoed. Beautifully set up there by Griffin Dodge. QUC. Well, they're still losing members right now. Point hasn't been capped. UTS is still theirs for the taking.
Still theirs for the taking. They are staking everything on this push, Tony. And here comes that Hulk smash. Ash forces Soon away, gets the staggered KOs to boot. So going to be able to build up a plenty more percentage where that came from. And it looks like Jeff will be retreating away. So, going to be White Fox coming out for Mickey right now, looking to pair with their team nice and comfortably. And already starting strong, Anthony's going down and looking for a further KOs where that came from. The pressure is good for the moment for QUT.
Yeah, pressure's good. Feels like the script is flipped, right? This is where UTS found themselves in. Beast of the Abyss looking for a little bit more punishment again from Soon. It's just immediately off of the feast. He finds the KO. It doesn't matter who it's on because it feels the impact. Everybody's low and down and taken out. QUT are scattered now off of the point. Strange will come flying through air just to try and try to make something magical happen for QUT. And Tiny Banner as well. Mickey will collect UTS. Well, they'll flip the point.
We'll be able to flip the switch there. So going to be great for UTS to get some motion back in their favor. And see if they can get more where that came from, because the ults are now looking to favor QUT for the time being. UTS looking to get back into the driver's seat soon as well, though. Apex Predator right up the front. Juicy not able to lock much damage in from it. I speak too soon, perhaps. No, yes! Wash goes down. They trade it back for Anthony. Gonna be shot down in kind. The Rage of Ultron is engaging with the big waves.
The Rage of Ultron back from J-Sune. They traded ult for ult. Apex Predator for Apex Predator, so they'll trade Rage of Ultron for Rage of Ultron. J-Sune, he's able to live, duck, dive, weave throughout this punishment that QUT are trying to put on. They'll take out Juicy. The point is still theirs. UTS, what a fight it was. It looked a little bit worrisome there. The Glaptroxes came out, and I was like, oh god, QUT might turn this back to their favor, but UTS, well, they're able to stabilize. Now try and maybe control the space here.
Control the space and ready to see if they can get more where that came from, as they are going to be taking it slow on the high ground here. QUT trying their best to get themselves into place soon already. Going to be diving on it. Kumio Unleashed. Going to be matched up by the Soul Resurgent. Sakamoto locking him in place and not going to be able to get much from it yet. And Mickey taken out of the old form and now taken out of the game. Hulk Smash coming now, forcing the fate of both worlds here. UTS doing what they can. Will be matched up by the invisible boundary from Rexy. So far, so good here. Matching ult for ult, and no one are going to be pulling ahead anymore. It's all coming down to the neutral now, and now UTS start to prime ahead. They're trading player for player here, looking to get that advantage. But who's going to be able to survive through this, Tony? It's a nail biter.
Yeah, nail biter by UTS. They group up the power in numbers there. Venom Hulk just doing so much up front. And I was looking at this fight, and I was like, J-Sune is fucking around behind the tree. He hid. He knew that he had to play so safe to win that fight out for UTS. Huge split decision there, but it goes to the favor of UTS. And yeah, again, to say J-Sune, that was the play of the game. The fact that he just hid around the tree and nobody could see him, nobody could deal with him from QUT, and then he pokes out at the right time. UTS as well soon. I'm giving the glaze to J-Sune for hiding around a tree, but my word, soon. Those Feast of the Abyss were insane.
Yeah, really impressed with how they played into the Venom there, right? Because they were able to dive into the backline so effectively. Like, there was heavy focus around their strategists, and it was just so difficult for them to deal with. And this is the reason why Venom has found so much prevalence once again into this season.
Yeah, no, Venom dive meta, and it feels like Venom time for most of these teams. And I was going to say, there's a lot of Vanguard players in this competition, Matt, that do like to play the Venom, so it feels fitting that we get a lot of that Venom coming through for this season. Looking at that game, though, the Elsa mirror match was also a very interesting one to see out of both teams. Anthony and Juicy going tit for tat there with Apex Predators in that final engagement where you're like, okay, this is going to UTS. Okay, never mind, it's going to QUT. And it just kind of teetered on a knife's edge for so long there. And then, of course, that final fight was won by UTS in the end. But competitive game there from QUT.
Yeah, big tug of war between the two rosters, isn't it? And it's great to see them showcase all their individual talents. I do feel at times, though, it felt like Juicy was trying to fall into building a bit more confidence on Elsa. Like, especially when they were collecting some of their Apex Predators there, it felt like sometimes they weren't able to get those KOs that they needed to. It was a tough one, Tone.
Yeah, it was a very tough one. And for the likes of QUT, they'll probably come back in a strong way going into this next one. We're going to the Museum of Contemplation, Matt. It's an interesting one. Not every day we get to see it. It's been played a lot in Ignite, right? The Asia teams really like to play this one as a second map. But yeah, Uni League, I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, wasn't expecting it coming through here, but it's going to be coming through right now. And very excited to see how things go with one of the staple heroes being Elsa on this map in particular. Can really bring a lot of potential. I love to see Prime Apex Predators being brought out into this one. And guess what? Both teams are going to be able to do just that. So, very curious how things will go going forward as Mantis now gets locked out.
Yeah, Mantis getting taken out of the pool. I like it. I don't mind it. Just how with Mantis has been recently. The resurgence still of triple strategy, right? I thought we were, past that in the last season, but it's still really good, especially with the fact that now Dive's heavy meta. White Fox is pretty good if you have the right strategist combo, the right vanguards as well to back it up. We're going to be seeing Invis ban here from QUT, respectable one. I know that, I believe Mickey's been putting a lot of hours in on a lot of the strategists, so taking away the Invis, probably good pull from QUT. Venom gets let through.
It's great that you've highlighted that as well, Tony, because a lot of the players on the UTS roster do play together, in their own MRC roster, for that matter. We see Jaysune, Mickey playing together there on the Hackers roster, so little highlight there. But good protect onto the Venom. Soon did a lot of great work onto that in the map number 1 there. Ooh. So eager to see if they're going to be able to find the same kind of potential on this one, because Invis now hits the protect.
Yeah, one-way Invis there for QUT. Respectable Ultron ban, right? Jaysune kind of play of the map there on that final point. And what do we see the final ban being here for UTS? A lot of things still up. DD. Still haven't seen a DD from either of these sides yet. And, well, Jeff getting taken out for UTS there. So QT won't get the luxury. And, I speak it into existence. Daredevil, I feel like the Iron Fist might be a little bit overkill, though. Tell us that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's, interesting to see that one come through, Tony. But you know what? If they're playing Juicy onto the Daredevil there, honestly, makes sense. I mean, they're playing maybe a more dive-centric composition. I like that they have Aradat on the Cloak and Dagger here. Rexy going to be playing into Invis, so there's enough mobility behind their roster where this can work, especially with that Hulk as well, because he can just dive straight in and start punching, So it's going to be great to see what they can do into this one, Tone. But one of the same, I'm terrified of what UTS are going to be able to do, because they're bringing out not just Daredevil, but Elsa. One in the same.
Yeah, Elsa mirror match. For, what was last map? Jaysune, though. I feel like the Elsa's not bad at dealing with the dive, right? It feels a little bit anti-diving in a way, right? That shotgun, if you're able to get some good abilities off, you can kind of shut down a potential of that dive. But yeah, QZ, it's a lot of hands that are going to be thrown. Ashtrays as well. We didn't get to speak about it all too much during that quick transition between, but Ashtrays on this whole definitely impressed me on that last map.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement there as well, Tony. They definitely managed to do a lot of great work for their team. I was really impressed with how they kept control over the space with the Hulk, and I reckon they're going to do one and the same here on Museum as well early into the piece here. But slow and steady early on, it's going to be the Talisman trying their best to take aim at a KO. Aradet will be the opening card, though. Anthony going down. See you later. And let's see if they can slate themselves towards another one, as QUT look to take presence over the mission vehicle.
Yeah, that's a key player taken out. Anthony on that initial engagement, just kind of getting the unlucky straw of it. Juicy, seeing what they're capable of, and the Elston out to the DD, and yeah, it feels like a character that was built for a guy like Juicy, right? A very aggressive duelist player in their own regard. And now, looking to throw some hands with UTS. They'll try and stabilize here, forced to use the Loki runes early. And we'll see a copy. Potentially Mickey was thinking about it for a second. We'll trade one for one of the KOs, and UTS, they're just all about touching this mission vehicle. They don't matter if they lose the fight, as long as they can stall as enough time as possible.
Much time as they can, and here we go. It's old time. Agamotto up front there, Eternal Bond as well, and it's going to be everybody going down there. Great start from QUT on this one, but UTS still holding for the time being. Maybe not for long. Man of the Lakers goes down, and Juicy looking for more where that came from on the Elsa here. Trying their best to just pressure them as far away as they can, force them all the way back to spawn, as a matter of fact, so they can push that mission vehicle as far along as they can. But now UTS, they're taking other angles, and they're ready to contest this one.
Yeah, taking a different approach. Ultimate's up for UTS, but they need to get on. This Hulk from Ashtrays is just so threatening. Magneto Meteor M coming out here with the Daredevil ultimate, letting the devil out. And he's collected 3. He's still on the mission vehicle for the moment. He'll get shut down by the trade of the talisman. They'll try and touch on towards this mission vehicle. Portal comes through and soon is on, and they are touching, and they will be able to stall it here.
Yeah, luckily they lock it in place there, right on the edge of a capture. So QUT still got a bit of time to spare, but it's going to trickle down slowly but surely in the hourglass here. See if they can bring it back though. Apex Predator up front, special delivery, delivers 2-3 KOs to their favor, Tony. What a way to bring it back. It's going to be the Eternal Bond coming out from the God of Mischief on Mickey here, trying their best to stall it out for their team to get back in the fight.
Yeah, well, they've already portaled, so they're going to have to walk all the way back for UTS. Eternal Bond is good at stalling, but it only lasts so long. And they'll get off of the mission vehicle. UTS had the fold. No Gambit here, but having to surrender that one. Anthony trying to get on top of the strategist, but Rexy shuts it down. 3 minutes now, QUT. They will stagger these KOs out further. Man on the Lakes. Man on the Lakers. He's out of here. QUT have all the space to play with now.
All the space, just need the power to command it, and it's time for them to do just that. Speaking of though, QUT got a couple of ults online now. Agamotto could be just what they need, but maybe not. Already catching Anthony off guard there. They'll be taking it slow and steady, get it around the pillar, and now they managed to find another KO, spilling forth. Big focus from Soon once again, though, trying to shut down the strategists here, but it's great with the focus fire coming out from QUT. It doesn't matter, Soon's diving. The Living Chi is here.
Now Living Chi answered by the Eternal Bond, and Washed trying to get his team forward and out of this choke position. And will be Apex Predator trying to pull them away here. Juicy not quite able to stun anyone up there. We'll see Hulk Smash coming out from Ash Trebs as well. Letting the devil out once again. Anthony trying to make some pressure back from UCS, but they have an interesting situation. Apex Predator as well. Jaysune will be able to find area depth. That's both strategists now down for QUT, and this fight looks more and more winnable by the second for UTS.
Yeah, looking better and better by the moment here. Let's see if they can manage to alleviate their ailments all over again right now. Soon does find Juicy at least, has the Feast of the Abyss available if they need it. And the timer trickling down closely towards that minute mark here. It definitely could be the time for the ults to come out sooner rather than later, but I like the fact that they're stalling here. They aren't eager to pull the trigger until now.
Yeah, Feast of the Abyss coming out from Soon. But nobody gets caught by that one. QUT are playing very safe and very passively. UTS kind of just walking into their own demise right now. 60 seconds left. Soon is going to try and touch that mission vehicle, try and stall. Agamotto comes out towards the backside, and everybody's cleaned up. The strategists are out of commission here. Mickey needs to get back. UUT with 40 seconds to try and get this second cap.
Not much time left at all, and they will be able to catch Anthony there. Good from Mickey to bring out the Eternal Bond off the God of Mischief here, and might be able to bring more as well. They still have Psionic Seduction from Man on the Lakers if needed. To bring out the boundary. Washed, so lucky they got the Veil there. Will be able to prevail not for long though. Rexy catches them off guard. Psionic Seduction does manage to lock some in place, but they aren't able to clear much from it. Do get a double KO for double KO into this one, surely. UTS can bless the timeline with more, but no, QUT are matching them band for band. KO for KO into this one.
Yeah, they're matching it KO for KO. Jisune's able to touch though. Apex Predator comes out. Mickey's back too. UTS all of a sudden have a lifeline to play with. OC, minute, and this is so rough right now for QUT. They portal out. They'll fly through. Living Chi coming through from Talisman. He's bouncing. He's pouncing. He's trying to throw some hands, but nobody from UTS will fall. Nobody will crumble to it. Nobody will be able to touch and QUT. They'll only get one. They'll only get 132 meters. UTS, great D there.
Yeah, really solid stuff coming out from them, Tony. The defense was very impressive, and they will be able to take aim at the next half here. Switch up your heroes? Maybe. Switch up your approach? Definitely. But let's see who is going to be able to claim a victory on this one, Tony, because honestly, both sides even had some big difficulties in the beginning.
Yeah, some rough patches for both sides. UTS having to burn that portal early, it felt like it was a death sentence. QUT just rolling with the confidence. Well, they were able to find for that fight, but UTS making some huge adjustments. Mickey, I have to say, swapping to the Jeff was a great call, getting UTS back. Jisune, the Apex Predator pitting up ashtrays, and then he's able to touch for free. Again, Jisune making some very clutch plays in this overall.
Yeah, Jisune, one you can rely on when times are tough, and Anthony, one in the same. But let's see how they take aim at this next round ahead of them. QUT certainly going to have to dig deep in order to deliver the result they're seeking into this one. A good trap out the front, no one walking into it. Living Bullet going to be able to enable some good damage towards Mickey there, but not going to take them out of the fight. They're playing their angles well, and we're going to see if they can swell past. Here's Man on the Lakers bringing out the Van Pool, the Maid Pool costume on deck for this one, and ready to see if they can bring so much more power with it.
Yeah, looking pretty in pink.
Ooh, yeah.
Intensity getting taken out there. You see, again, Elsa for Elsa. Are these two teams looking to match? Jisune gonna get taken out. UCS. Well, stalled off of it for the moment. And on the Lakers, having to be the man that falls back now. Anthony as well needs to be cautious, gets that upgrade in. UTS. It was a strong run out from that spawn gate to start it off, but now they're kind of staggered a little bit. QUT is stalling time.
Let's see if they can stall it out with the Apex Predator there. Juicy, not going to be able to collect too much from it. They do find Jisune though. Banhammer coming out from Man on the Lakers. Good to catch Rexy. This is really big. They can't use the boundary into this one. Hulk Smash coming out from Ash here, and they managed to really bounce back on this one. Huge KOs coming out from QUT. The focus is laser point on this one, Tony. The Talisman is delivering.
Yeah, Talisman on this Iron Fist. It wasn't expected. I was like, all right, Daredevil got let through. Both teams probably going to play that Daredevil. But Iron Fist, this feels a little bit more of a stronger pick at the moment, just with how much movability both of those two heroes offer. UTS have built a few ultimates. Apex Predator's not going to get any value either. Immediately shut down by Griffin Doge on this. Strange. We'll see Eternal Bond from Ariadet. QC again stalling another minute off of UTS's board. We can dive a little bit deeper if they want. Talisman just says, why not?
Why not? Yeah, why not? And let's see, why will this be a big play? Because They're going to be able to start it off strong. Man on the Lakers, locking it down. Both strats out of town, and now it could all come crashing down for QUT here. They're taking selfies. They don't care, and they dare to push deeper beyond.
Yeah, they dare to go a little bit deeper. They still have both of their strategists on. Soon as well does have that piece of the Abyss. QUT, they've got a few good ones available. Mickey just to copy the Eternal Bond, a little bit of a preemptive one, knowing that the Globetrox is coming out and he's going to pull them off. Juicy goes down to the environmental KO. He's trying to pull UTS off, but they are able to get out. They're able to focus fire. And QUT, they're down a member. Juicy needs to come back quickly. Beast of the Abyss. Mickey even getting a KO in the mix. And this is QUT crumbling there. An unfortunate misplay off of probably what was a really good ultimate out of Juicy.
Yeah, gonna be a tough one, isn't it, Tony? Tough consequences out of that, but alas, UTS will reap the rewards into this one and slice through. 3 minutes is what QUT has to hold, and let's see if they will hold or fold here. Mickey gonna be trying to fold them through. The talisman down, but it's a double down from Ash. Oh my goodness! Hulk smash on deck.
Hulk smash on deck. Juicy finding a low Mickey. UTS, they've captured, so the spawn's there for them to walk out of. But they're going to toss soon around like a hacky-sacky strategist. Needs to come out and help him. Ashtray's beautiful Hulk gameplay. We've seen Apex Predator, and we're seeing nothing. Jaysune is struggling to get some value with this Elsa.
Yeah, struggling to find what they need out of it, and let's see if they can change that in a second here, Tone.
Oh.
Man on the Lakers goes down.
Oh my.
That was a tough one, wasn't it?
Rexy.
Yeah.
Oh my word, Rexy. Some fancy footwork. Juicy finding soon. But still, UTS continue to push. I like this pick from them. The Loki allows them to take a little bit more space, and if it gets dicey, Mickey pops the runes and it's all chill.
All chill, now climb over the hill. That's going to be a Mickey ready to take aim at it with the God of Mischief here. Eternal Bond is at the ready, it would seem. And they're not going to pop it just yet now. Here's the timing. They're ready to prime up. Go into action here. Try and see if they can bash through this clash. It's going to be matched now, though. Apex Predator wanting the same special delivery. Not going to be able to get them much. Oh, it'll get them a lot, actually. Let's pick too soon. Juicy. Big double.
Yeah, that is a huge double. Juicy using the moverability, the movement of this Elsa. You're just allowed to dash and get out so far and pull enemies so far. Anthony has swapped over to the Star-Lord. It's getting desperate here for UTS now. Great call to make, potentially, to try and get him in. They have Feast of the Abyss. They do have the Banhammer available, but QUT, they've got a strategist ultimate. Invis boundary is going to be crucial. He's shutting it down. Feast of the Abyss comes in early, but they get onto Rexy. Perfect isolation on the target focus soon, as well onto the Cloak and Dagger. QUT have lost their strategist, and they're bleeding numbers.
Bleeding numbers and ready to stumble forth. It's time to deliver everything you possibly can, and with a KO like that, that's a perfect start. There's not much time for QUT here left to defend. UTS need to get it past. Apex Predator already coming through here, and they've picked up a double KO. Jaysune and co start the show, but Juicy bites back.
Juicy bites back. Talisman comes flying through with the Living Chi. He'll touch the mission vehicle just to get the cap potentially here. UTS, they need to deal with Talisman. Banhammer comes out. Talisman's whiffing, taking a ton of damage from this Banhammer. But they're still on. QUT now. They've got the Hulk. Galactic Legend coming in from Anthony to try and dish up some damage, but they're all healthy. They're playing on top of their cloak. They've got Invis to help them. All of the damage is nullified. Anthony can't do anything. It's a double from Ashtrays. It's another from Juicy. They get a double from Juicy. And it is all she wrote, potentially the Deadpool trying to touch, but it's not going to happen. QUT will send us to a third.
Oh my goodness. Here we go, Tony. We are running it all three just when you think it's a night of 2 O's. No, no, no. QUT bite back, and in a big, big way. And who's the MVP? None other than Juicy.
Well-deserved MVP, Matt. Those Globetrotters, those Apex Predators were absolutely insane. And for UTS, struggling there. Sune, normally a guy that we see light up that KO feed for UTS, and yeah, just couldn't quite get it going this time around. And that happens sometimes. You can't really blame Sune. The Elsa mirror match is one of quite intense skill. And for QUT, what a way to bring it back. Ashtrays, again, on this Hulk, Matt. They might have to ban it at this stage. That guy's doing too much.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of big things there, Tony. I'm very worried about what Ash has been able to do there. You know, I spoke about how it was reminiscent of, you know, the players out of the Americas there from like, yeah, we lost and stuff like that. Well, yeah, they're certainly living up to that namesake there. They are doing huge stuff on the Hulk. You know, Hulk is back in a big way, but we'll see if they can continue in that direction heading into our final bouts as well, Tone, because I'm shocked, you know, we started the day off strong with going to a map 3. I wasn't expecting this early in the season, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are going all the way the distance in the final one of the evening. And we've already been treated as such crazy action already throughout it. Even though, you know, you just said there were 2-0s for most of our games, we've already seen a ton and already seeing a wealth of competition here in the university competition. But Matt, we're going to Midtown Convoy, UTSQUT.
Here we go. Midtown Convoy on a line. And starting off strong with Gambit, Mirror bans, Elsa, Mirror protects, and Invis going to be banned away. So, let's see what's next. It's Mantis. And let's see what else is going to be coming through here. Double ban on deck, it's going to be. Ooh, I thought it was the Invis. No. It's not going to be Invis yet. They're going to be looking to hold it back for the moment. Just so wait patiently for their time here. Here it is. Jeff actually being focused here by UTS. And on a map like Midtown, it does make a lot of sense. You don't want to see those It's Jeffs come through there. But Invis now going to be Merit from the QUT side.
Yeah, respectable. Invis ban for both sides, right? Rexy had a ton of impact there for QUT. The fact that he got down to a slither of HP in one of those fights and was just able to fancy twinkle toe his way out. Insane. So yeah, Invis getting taken out, but UTS, they go straight back to the Ultron now that that's kind of available for the taking. Elsa mirrors, of course, once again. UTS, what do they get banned away potentially? Yeah, the Venom. Yeah, that's a smart call. That's a really good call from QUT.
Yeah, completely respectable, right? Considering that Soon's been able to do a lot of great work on that Venom into this series thus far, and they don't want to let them play to their strengths. Completely respectable. But we do see the Mantis Protector coming through now from QUT later on into the piece, so going to at least get that one through as a net benefit for themselves here. UTS, one last ban. Who's it going to be? None other than 2-Tap Tony. No, just kidding. It's going to be Magneto actually banned out here. So I think maybe they're looking to play some Cloak into this.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a Cloak angle. And, well, for both sides, you know, well, unfortunately for UTS, we will see the Mantis banned. So UT, they get the luxury of that one. Daredevil for Talisman once again if they want to bring it to play. But I imagine Ultron is probably a great call for both sides. The fact that, you know, it was locked in here for UTS. They really wanted it. They haven't opted to hover it here.
Yeah, have opted to not play into it this time, but I'd say okay. We did see Mickey think about the Cloak and Dagger, but ultimately went with the Loki instead. Washed are going to be donning the Cloak this time around. So, lucky for them, they don't have a Magneto to worry about. So they're pretty much going to be able to get or stack up their ults for free and have nothing to worry about. So, that's going to be really tough for QUT, honestly. Really tough. I'm worried for what they will have to do to get through this. But speaking of, now seeing the matchups that were put in place here, the Talisman thought about Cap are going to be looking to bring out the Ultron. And now the gates are open, Tony. Let the games begin.
Let the games begin. Punisher turret. Anthony, I haven't seen a Punisher from him in quite a while, but oh my word, Juicy. He's going to humble him quite quickly. The rest of UTS trying to play up on this high ground, and UT, it's a little bit of a scattered approach. They've got the Vanpool harassing them on the high ground, while the rest of them try to take up main here, and UTS losing Anthony early. They will have to recede a little bit here.
Yeah, may have to pull back a little bit into this one. See how they stack up into this. Make it easy for the moment. Aradet, a good opener though, does find us soon, and now more following. Anthony going down from Juicy, so looking to clear a lot of space into this one. Yasune forced to fall back, Banhammer coming out as well. They're definitely committing to this fight here, QUT. UTS doing a great job to try and stall out, try and retreat without losing many numbers here. They will lose man on the Lakers early.
Yeah, man on the Lakers taken out of commission here. And yeah, this is a strong fight here from QUT. Just over that one pick from Anthony, it just feels like it kind of snowballed a lot of that into play here from QUT. And having the Mantis and the Ultron, so much upfront damage. UTS just, they have to run the Loki into a comp like this. It's so hard to deal with all of that upfront. You have to use the runes early. You have to use them wisely. Now for UTS, maybe they can try and make something happen as they come out of this choke.
Try and manifest something into existence. It's going to be just that. Eternal Bond coming out from Mickey there. Apex Predator one and the same, trying to enable the fight. Not going to happen. Rage of Ultron. Immediate shutdown from Jaysune. So, positive solution to the strategist ultimate there. And looking for more where that came from. Anthony as well, managing to disengage many a foe. And won't be overcommitting their ultimates to the fight as well. They still have Final Judgment and many more. QUT, they've only got the Eternal Bond here. Soon to be more, however, so they might be able to bring it back, at least in a different direction.
Groot Wall's going to be set up here by Soon. Pretty good spot to put him, right? Groot, hard to break those walls, especially in that position. Strangling Prison coming out on top of everybody from QUT, but they're now grouped up for the Mantis. Oh, there will be an Eye of Agamotto over the top too. UTS are completely stunned up and can't really do all too much. Eternal Bond as well here from QUT. They're stacking on everything to make this fight work for them. We're seeing Cloak as well from Rexy doing a ton of damage here. Nobody's looking at Rexy, nobody's looking at the strategists, and they will slowly bleed these members out from UTS.
Slowly but certainly bleed their way through, and it works out wonderfully for the QUT side there, forcing them retreat here. It's good that UTS know not to outstay their welcome here, and ooh, might be caught out, but no, almost going to be Juicy overstaying their welcome here. Luckily, they will fall back, though. UTS looking to launch the counterattack. They can do it with Anthony and Mickey here. They've got the God of Mischief online, Tony. It's time to zone them out.
Trying to zone them out. Apex Predator coming through. Eternal Bond, though, for Mickey, just runs straight at him. That's an aggressive way to use the Eternal Bond. Not normally what we see, but it's a great way to take space back. Final Judgment coming here from Anthony, and it will be a ton of chip damage. They will be able to find ashtrays. You see, though, they all retreat to the safety of the spawn walls. I don't want to give anything more to UTS. 2 minutes 40 left here. QT, though, a sizable push so far.
So far, so good in that direction, and it's time for more positivity to be brought forth. Jaysune, they're playing sneaky assassination type play here, Tony. Let's see if they can get a big Apex Predator.
Yeah, they're looking for it, but this Rage of Ultron kind of shuts down Jaysune's plan to make a big play here, as they'll run forward as QT. Jaysune, well, he had to fall back. Anthony, though, has found that first initial pick on the KO, and they'll dash forward. This is the perfect time for the glove trucks, and there it is. Jaysune rips them to shreds with the Apex Predator, and QUT sent to their spawn once again. Another minute off of the clock.
Another minute down, and could be more where that came from, Mr. Tony. It's time to get serious here, and I'm prepared for what they will bring forth. Living Bullet, good to stack up a little bit of damage early on into the piece. Soon does have that Strangling Prison as well, so this could be a good way to disengage QUT here, but Gonna wait for the perfect timing. Maelstrom available as well. Get some damage. Here we go. Strangling Prison does disengage the backline a little bit, not too much. Vanhammer one in the same, but Rexy with the Eternal Bond at least keeps them in the space.
Keeps them going for the moment. Again, final judgment's back up for Anthony. And we'll let it sing another time. It will do its deathly little dance. And it will take out Talisman. He'll turn for a few more juicy. And the shotgun bang. Quadra from Anthony. And now just a minute left, Matt. They're running out of minutes slowly from QUT.
Amazing work there from Anthony and co. Locking in the quad and looking for more. Ooh, getting caught in the trap there. Just at least allow them to stack up a bit of damage in their favor. And now, be more where that came from. 34 seconds in a dream here, Tony. Are they going to be able to make that dream come true? Hulk Smash could be exactly what they need into it. Mickey bringing out the God of Mischief there. Hulk Smash coming out with the Soul Resurgence as well. Washed are going to be waiting patiently with their own Eternal Bond, though. Could be the response they need. Juicy good with the Apex Predator. Now getting some KOs of their own here. So Washed, good patience there. Not using the Eternal Bond into this one. Looking to commit it to another fight, perhaps. But, I mean, they don't have much time to play with here, so it's going to be a tough one. UTS need to desperately wipe out QUT in this situation, and the portal could be what they need.
Yeah, the portal's definitely what they need right now. J-Sune, Apex Predator, they'll walk out with the Eternal Bond. Rage of Ultron in return answered from Talisman, but taken out immediately, out of commission. Apex Predator pulls out area that, and that will be Eye of Agamotto. Doesn't really get all too much because it's blocked by Soon with the Groot Walls. And that is how UTS walk out of that portal. And that's how they'll play their game. Only 136 meters QUT. Only one cap as well, Matt.
Only one in their favor, so not too much space going to be cleared out at all there, Mr. Tony. We are unlucky for them, but you know what? There's going to be a whole lot more on their way through. And I'm prepared for what these teams can do here, Tone. It's going to be a good times ahead, I'm sure. But let's see what they can achieve here. Like to see Aradet bringing out the Luna. You know, I think they can get some good freezes if they go forth with it. But no. They're sticking to their guns here. Ooh, Emma? Maybe?
Ooh.
Maybe. Could be good early, maybe. Especially with the Carbon Crush, right?
Yeah, Carbon Crush could be good at shutting down a crucial target here. UTS sticking to what got them across the line in that last one. You'd see they're also mostly sticking to what they know, right? Rexy, Cloak and Dagger. Juicy's still on that Elsa. J-Sude was keeping it into the Elsa as well. Don't mind this. UTS kind of, this is them sticking to their guns. What worked and was like somehow every fight that happened on that choke, it was Anthony just ripping Final Judgment.
Yeah, they managed to bring up the numbers in a big way with that, didn't they? And certainly going to be working to get that as early as possible again here, as they already seek to push that mission vehicle as fast as they can, but they're not going to be working too hard. They're going to be KO'd out early on, so good a start from QUT to disengage one of the key damage dealers coming out on the duelist lineup there, and Anthony, and prepared to see if they can find more little KOs like that, single them out to slow their road onto the mission vehicle.
Ooh, a lot of chip damage there from Jason Anthony, finishing it off. Runes forced early out of QUT, so this is UTS's really winnable fight right now. Just need one good place Groot wall. Soon also needs to be careful. It's interesting as well seeing Groot from Soon, especially after all the Venom he was playing. Dive heavy character and anti-dive level character now. Here's going to be the ban pull from Man on the Lakers. That's a KO. Take a photo. It will last. UUT getting clean swept there.
Clean swept, and going to be trying their best to regroup and keep themselves in place. Going to be a portal coming through from the Talisman here, ready to roll out, and ooh, just barely hold it together here. QUT going to be holding firm right now, getting a lot of damage over the top of this one, and we'll be happy to lock this one down.
Unless Anthony's got something to say about it. Shotgun Punisher as he alluded to in the last series. A deadly thing to go against. And, well, UTS, they'll have to wait on their spawns to get back. And for QUT, well, it feels like a very early portal, right? If they are to lose this next fight, they don't have portal to stall. UTS probably get the cap and almost get halfway to closing this one out. For the likes of QUT now, they have to be cautious. Final Judgment is going to be Eternal Bond copied as well. I'm really liking Mickey on this Loki. Really good calls from him. Final Judgment's coming out. Laptrox. And it is a lot more ultimates back as well from QUT, but the group wall is perfect. It takes Juicy, Aria Debt, and that is going to be the Stranger as well. That's UTS just clean sweeping the fight once again. Soon going crazy on this group.
You think Soon can't do it without Venom? No, Soon does it all with Groot there, gets a big quad KO, and looking for more is Jaesune with the Apex Predator special delivery, and it might be a Doctor Strange, but no, they will be able to lock it down eventually. Slow and steady there, Tony, and UTS, they're not done. They are riding this tsunami of momentum.
The J Tsunami is coming through here from UTS. He's fighting his group now, this Elsa, mate. I was doubting it on Museum, but now he's back in full force. Anthony as well with this Punisher, just stopping them from even coming out of this choke. Just turret on and group, getting exiled to just soak up all of the damage, using him as a pseudo shield. And it is working here. J Sune finding Juicy and UTS. Now, they have to be cautious. Copy on the Loki. It is going to be Eternal Bond, Eternal Bond. UTS, though, they're healthy in members. They're still walking on this Eternal Bond.
Walking in, it's going to be Anthony, though, with the Final Judgment. Might be able to shut down QUT.
My.
That they will. They catch Aradet there. Rexy going to be out of their ult now as well. Agamotto could be the response they need. They catch Mickey, and everybody falls. It's the Talisman shining brightly.
Talisman with a huge Agamotto. They swap. Gryffindor was the guy that was playing Strange before. Now he's onto the Loki. And they're committed to holding this one down. Triple strategy still here for QUT. And UTS, nothing's changed here. Still, same 6 that they rolled out a spawn with. They got ultimates building. Sune spotting up ashtrays. He's trying to throw some hands with somebody here from the likes of UTS. They pop him early. He'll be battered down and taken. Apex Predator comes in return. Juicy will find at least the cloak and dagger. UTS, they can still walk with this. They've got Mickey still up, ready to copy an ultimate. And it will be the Glove on top of the Strangling Prison. Jaesune trying to go crazy. All of the damage is done. And all of the KOs are going to UTS. Bang with a shotgun double kill from Jaesune. And he will continue to put the pressure on.
Yeah, great double KO from Jaesune there. And eager to find more with a Hulk smash here, as they will be clashing their way through. Banhammer coming over the top into this one, and it's going to be Rexy shot straight down. Oh, here's the Final Judgment over the top zone. Here we go.
0.14 meters, trying to touch, and Anthony will be the heartbreaker to this QUT side. And that will be a triple to close. UTS, they go the 3 maps against QUT. They'll be able to get it done. What a game, though. QUT definitely showing out here. Talisman with some clutch play. Everybody from QUT, hats off to them. They definitely played their hearts out tonight.
Played to an absolute T there, and a great work from Anthony on the MVP. Taking away 24 finals into this one, and very eager to see what else they'll be able to do going forward. 12 finals for Jaesune there, so very impressive lineup coming through from them. Going to be 16 for Juicy on the SVP, so really solid result coming through from them and theirs there. And big shout out to the Talisman as well. They hit some great Agamottos. 8 finals for them. Really impressed with some of the players that came through across the board there, Tone.
Yeah, it's hard to fault anyone in this series, right? They both teams played their hearts out. Ashtrays on that Hulk was a absolute nuisance to deal with if I'm UTS. Man, the Lakers had their moments of shine soon as well throughout this series, just showing flexibility in the pool, right? We saw Venom for him the first 2 maps. And then for the likes of Anthony, It was a show on the Punisher, Matt. What a series.
Yeah, what a series indeed. I was really impressed with how both teams performed there, neck and neck all the way through there. But alas, with all good things, they must come to an end there, much like that series. So very happy with how they've performed there. And as you can see, with the series conclusion, we see the conclusion of all our series today.
And check it out, the results of our match day 1. UTS 2-0 over the Monash Maniacs. Swinburne, and of course, we saw UCID 2-0 there to UCID. RMIT QUT, it was 2-0 to QUT. And then Monash Mutants versus Macquarie Onyx, it was 2-0 to the Mutants. They ended the day 2-0, Matt. Beautiful stuff there from the Mutants. All things considered, match day 1 in the books.
That's the ticket, and really great to see how things went there. 2-1 as coming through there, and 2-0s all the way through. So really impressed with how things went throughout the day, Tony. Happy days all round, and a great start to the season. Really appreciate all the teams for putting in all their hard work as well, and hopefully we get to see some more great faces coming into the future of the season.
Yeah, very excited for the competition. Of course, if that's day 1, the future days of competition are sure to deliver. And of course, I'm sure the teams as well will be doing some little package behind the scenes, a little scrim knowledge as well, maybe in there, of course, with their duties already on top of if they're playing in Ignite. So yeah, looking forward to the future days here.
That's it. Days are going to be ahead, and maybe more to follow. I was very happy to see some of the maps come through. We thought I'd see a lot of the same, but it was good to see a bit of Midtown, a bit of museum in there. Always great to see. And I'm kind of terrified for when, or if we ever see Lower Manhattan, for that matter.
Oh, yeah.
I'm scared, Tony. You've seen what that map can do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That one's a scary one. I've had the pleasure of playing it in MRC, and yeah, it's definitely one that takes a lot of work. That's for sure. And hopefully we'll get to see it in the map pool soon.
Yeah, God willing, Tone. It's got its own set of intricacies there, and very excited to see more unique features added into play, because obviously we're on the edge of a new season as well. So there's going to be a lot of changes ahead by the end of the week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think we go to 7.5 come Friday, I believe. So going to be some cool changes, hopefully.
Yeah, going to be cool changes soon, but I like to see cool results. Yeah, great stuff coming out from MQU there, and great to see UTS and QUT are doing great stuff in their series as well. UCID and the Monash Mutants, going to be a favorable series for the Monash side, 2-0, and Adelaide take it away from Swinburne, 2-0 as well. So really impressed with some of the results coming through today. It wasn't a full stack of 2-0s. There was definitely some competitive bouts through and through.
Yeah, definitely looking at this overall, doesn't the results don't really tell the full story. We saw some crazy close affairs in some of those. But yeah, Matt, of course, looking at the results, any outliers, any expected ones? I was going to say, looking at the names on paper, we've got to put pen to paper as well to see who's looking good going into this next few weeks of competition.
Yeah, so I guess from the tippity top here, Tony, you'd expect that the champions of last semester would probably be winning their series, and guess what? They did just that. But yeah, they're obviously, I'm not sure if they're the same, I guess, kind of team that we did see last season. I think that every team is kind of easing in to the season at the moment. They're just kind of trying to iron out the kinks, so to speak, and yeah, I'm eager to see how things progress going forward.
Yeah, it will be an exciting one. Of course, we'll just check over here as well. UNSW, Raw, RMIT, Black went all three. Macquarie Crimson versus Deacon. That went over to Deacon. We saw an unfortunate heartbreak for Deacon here on the stream. And then, of course, for the likes of Monash Maniacs and UNSW, How was a pretty close one as well. So, a lot of interesting results coming through from this day, Matt.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Tone. Definitely a great set of results coming through there. So let's take a look at our standings for today. So to be a great triple stack in first place there for Adelaide Uni, UNSW Raw, and the Monash Mutants there. Things start to get a little bit different, though, when you head towards the UTS side of things there. Obviously, did have loss coming through, so their placement going to be a little bit different. One of the same, QUT, middle of the pack there, and then you got 666 down the bottom with Macquarie Onyx, RMIT Black, and USID there. So great to see how the standings are transforming towards the middle range there, but now there's more to follow, Tony.
Yeah, there's 14 teams, Matt. So we've got a few more results as well. Looking at the bottom end of things, we see Macquarie Crimson down there, UNSW Howl as well, Deakin, Monash Maniacs, and then of course to round out the bottom, RMIT Red and Swinburne. It feels sad to see Swinburne down there because I feel like Swinburne definitely had a good game that we saw from them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, the results don't tell the full story. Obviously, teams can be very competitive, so really great to see a little showcase of at least some of the teams today. Was really impressed with what they could do and eager to see more heading into the future. But speaking of the future and speaking of right now, let's get into our sponsors right now. I want to say a big shout out to none other than AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, as well, HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech, from high spec to precision gear. Officeworks, that's what you need.
That's the ticket, Tony. Big shout out to them and theirs. But we want to say a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors there, and big shout out to the AEL. Make sure if you want to check out more action, everybody, go to AU Esports League on all of our social medias there, whether it's, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, X, all of it. We're going to be on there. Make sure you check it out to see all the best action coming out from AEL here. They're doing a great job, and we appreciate all your support. So, much love, everybody. But thank you so much for tuning in to our first day of a competition, everybody. It's been a pleasure to bring you all the Marvel Rivals action. And until next time, same place, next week, we're going to be signing off. So, see you on the other side of the time stream.